Chapter 1996. The second Night King did not dare to get angry when he heard Ni Huang and Wang Si refer to him as a servant, as they were both half-step ancestors. He respectfully replied, "That person was Bai Wuxian of the eternal race. She was the one who attacked me." Bai Wuxian? Ni Huang and Wang Si were shocked. Bai Wuxian is the most mysterious of the 7 sky gods. I didn't think that it was her. Wang Si was confused. Why would Bai Wuxian attack you and why are you here? The second Night King did not try to hide the truth as he knew that he could not. It was that despicable Lu Yin. Wang Si raised her brows. Lu Yin inadvertently learned the Bai family's sealed cage technique in the ruins of the frigid Immortal sect, and it also controlled me and made me a slave. Bai Wuxian was the one who wanted to capture Lu Yin and force him to hand over something, but he was interrupted by the two of you. Thank you, seniors, for saving me. Where's Lu Yin? Wang Si asked coldly. The second Night King replied, I'm not sure. Perhaps he was taken away by Bai Wuxian. Ni Huang's tone was gloomy. Impossible, she didn't have time to take him away. I broke into her inner world and there's no one alive inside. The second Night King was astonished. He wasn't taken away? Then I'm not sure. I was tortured by Bai Wuxian, and if it weren't for the two seniors I would already be dead. Thank you again for saving me. Ni Huang looked past the second Night King and around. Wang Si coldly asked, since you're following Lu Yin, you should be very clear about his situation. The second Night King respectfully replied, yes, I'm very clear about it. If there's anything you want to know, I'll tell you everything. Wang Si grunted in acknowledgement. Although the second Night King's attitude was respectful, he was still being controlled by Lu Yin's cage technique, so there was a chance that he might be lying. She decided to bring the second Night King back to the frigid Immortal sect and have someone from the Bai family control him again. If Lu Yin wasn't taken away by Bai Wuxian, then he's definitely hiding somewhere nearby. Ni Huang looked around. There were many planets nearby and 2 of them had humans living on them. Wang Si coldly replied, just destroy him. No matter where that bastard Lu Xian is hiding, he'll definitely die. Ni Huang frowned. It would be too cruel to destroy the people on 2 planets. With our abilities, Lu Xian won't be able to hide. Let's search 1 planet each. Don't kill for no reason. Wang Si was dissatisfied, but when she recalled Ni Huang's strength she still said, all right. Just as he was about to search the planet, Ni Huang's expression suddenly changed. Someone's approaching. It's a half-martial ancestor. Take everyone on this planet into your inner world and take them away. She waved her hand and everyone on the planet disappeared. Wang Si was the same. After they took everyone away, a figure broke through the void and walked out with a wine gourd in his hand. It was the drunkard. It was easy to detect a battle between half-martial ancestors, especially when Bai Wuxian had attacked Universe Ocean before leaving. His goal was to attract the half-martial ancestors over. Lu Yin was the most important part of their strategy. With Bai Wuxian's strength in the 5th mainland's shell, it would be difficult for him to be Ni Huang's match. He would also not be able to take Lu Yin away. All he could do was attract the attention of the 5th mainland's half-progenitors. The drunkard had been rushing to the 5th pagoda and was the closest to it. Naturally, he was the first to arrive. Looking at Ni Huang and Wang Si, drunkard addict asked solemnly, where are the 2 of you from? Wang Si replied coldly, my surname is Wang. Drunkard addict was shocked. So you're from that region of space. Why have the 2 of you returned? Wang Si stared at drunkard addict. This has nothing to do with you. Back off. Drunkard addict looked past Wang Si and saw the second Night King. His expression changed. Where's Lu Yin? Wang Si sneered. His name is Lu Xian. Don't you know him? Where is he? Drunkard addict's tone sank. He knew about the grudge between Lu Yin and the 4 cardinal scales. With the second Night King in such a miserable state, Lu Yin's fate would definitely not be good. Said back off. This has nothing to do with you, Wang Si said. Ni Huang stepped forward and faced drunkard addict. We also want to find Lu Xian. Since we've met, let's have a chat. Drunkard addict put away his wine gourd and looked at Ni Huang with an unprecedentedly solemn expression. This person actually gave him a lot of pressure, which was something that was unique in the 5th mainland. And you are? White Dragon Tribe's Grand Elder, Ni Huang. Drunkard addict nodded. So you're from the White Dragon Tribe. Do you two know where Lu Yin is? We don't, so we'll have to trouble you to help us find him. As thanks, the 4 cardinal scales are willing to accept some of the 5th mainland's cultivators into our universe to cultivate. There's no need for you to sneak in anymore, Anai Huang said. This was the condition that the 4 cardinal scales had come up with after some discussion. They had already given a lot of resources to the Sky Genesis Academy for Lu Yin, and they also had to account to the 5th mainland. After the origin wheel ceremony, the 5th mainland had sent people to sneak into the astral tree domain to search for the origin item. They believed that this condition would allow the 5th mainland's cultivators to openly compete for the origin item, which was far more valuable than Zhou Xian. From the 4 cardinal scales' point of view, the 5th mainland would definitely not dare to become enemies with them just for Zhou Xian. Even if they hated the primeval surname, so what? Wang Xi was full of confidence. Zhou Xian had done many things in the 5th mainland, but how could he compare to the 4 cardinal scales conditions? Drunkard Addict did not reply and simply waited quietly. Anai Huang and Wang Xi exchanged glances, as they knew that Drunkard Addict was waiting for the other half-martial ancestors. The 5th mainland had more than one half-martial ancestor, and it was time for them to have a discussion with the 5th mainland's top echelons. If Zhou Xian was not on these 2 planets, then they could still count on the 5th mainland's people to help them find him. After some time, Heavenly Master Xianxia and Elder Gong arrived at the same time, and they immediately looked at Anai Huang. Every realm had its own differences, and Anai Huang was at the peak of the half-martial ancestor realm. She was infinitely close to becoming a progenitor, and the only thing she lacked was a transformation. She had easily destroyed Bai Wuxian's inner world, which was something that no ordinary half-martial ancestor could do. Even though the 5th mainland's 7 sky gods were just empty shells, they still had the power of a half-martial ancestor. Otherwise, they would not have been able to join forces to kill their way into the Daoist sect and kill half-martial ancestor 93. When she saw that 2 half-martial ancestors had appeared, Wang Xi's expression turned slightly serious, but she did not care. The gap between half-martial ancestors was obvious, and Anai Huang alone was enough to defeat the 3 of them. This was what all the cultivators in the astral tree domain knew about Anai Huang. This is a little troublesome, Heavenly Master Xianxia said in a low voice as he looked at Anai Huang with apprehension. Drunkard was helpless. White Dragon Tribe's elder Anai Huang. She's an old fellow who has lived for a very long time. Even during the era of the Daoist sect, she was still famous. The White Dragon Tribe has existed for a very long time, and they far surpass the average human. This elder Anai Huang has witnessed the 9 mountains and 8 seas Daoist sect in the passage of time. Even the 3 of us might not be a match for her, Elder Gong said. Since she left, why did she come back just for a single Lu Yin? Heavenly Master Xianxia shook his head and sighed. Elder Gong had a profound look in his eyes. The Lu family had controlled the 5th mainland, and they had been second only to the Daoist sect since ancient times. After the Daoist sect had collapsed, the Lu family had moved the mother tree away, and they had relied on their own strength to suppress the other family's powers to the point where they could not even breathe. This was the strength of the Lu family. Lu Yin's strength was not apparent now, but once Lu Yin stepped into the half-martial ancestor realm or even the progenitor realm, who would be able to stop him? The 4 cardinal scales had not only rebelled against the entire Lu family, but also against every single member of the Lu family, especially the direct descendants. With the general appointing platform, a single person could rule a country and a single person could be revered. Any direct descendant of the Lu family who possessed the general appointing platform was feared by the 4 cardinal scales. Furthermore, Lu Yin not only had the innate gift of the general appointing platform, but he also had the Grim Reaper's inheritance, which made him invincible. In the distance, a long blade tore through the void and descended. It was Xiaji. Xiaji was filled with a sharp aura as he stood in outer space, looking at Anai Huang and Wang Xi. Wang Xi sneered. Arrogant. Elder Anai Huang looked at Xiaji and calmly said, as a half-martial ancestor, it's unwise for you to display your sharpness. However, this blade intent belongs to someone from the Xia family. Wang Xi raised her brows. Someone from the Xia family left behind in this region? There's actually a half-martial ancestor? The 4 cardinal scales had joined forces to rebel against the Lu family, but that did not mean that they were united. On the contrary, the 4 cardinal scales had their own internal conflicts. The Wang family, the White Dragon tribe, and the Bai family did not leave behind any direct descendants in this region. Only the Xia family did, and they had even produced a half-martial ancestor. This was not good news for them. Xiaji sheathed his blade and looked at Ni Huang warily. He frowned. This person was terrifyingly strong and her aura was long. Xiaji's blade intent could not break through that seemingly ordinary domain that was gradually permeating the heavens. Finally, Elder Chan arrived. All this time, Elder Chan had never revealed his true strength. The Hall of Honor dominated the Fifth Mainland, and this was publicly acknowledged. But why? Because the Hall of Honor had many experts? Even if they had many experts, where had they come from when the hall was first established? Even if they had many experts, how could they compare to the strength of other half-martial ancestors? Ever since Lu Yin had stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had always had a question. What right did the Hall of Honor have to dominate the Fifth Mainland? As time passed, this question had been suppressed at the bottom of his heart, as if he had gotten used to it. Today, however, Ni Huang was the first to know the answer. It was Elder Chan. The moment Elder Chan appeared, Ni Huang's domain that had gradually permeated the heavens quickly dissipated. She was stunned and looked at Elder Chan in shock. How could this be? Wang Si also sensed this and she stared at Elder Chan in shock. This person gave her a terrifying feeling, and he was similar to the Myriad Dao ancestor. He was someone who was on par with the Myriad Dao ancestor in Ni Huang. Xiaji and the rest were not surprised. This was Elder Chan's true strength, the strength of the Hall of Honor's master. It was precisely because there were differences in strength between half-martial ancestors that Elder Chan had been able to rely on his own strength to suppress the other half-martial ancestors and establish the Hall of Honor to control the Fifth Mainland. Elder Chan was also a powerhouse who was infinitely close to the progenitor realm. If not for the fact that the Sixth Mainland had replaced the realm of heaven, he might have broken through long ago. Now, however, he was restrained by the Fifth Mainland and did not dare to break through. He was afraid that failure would lead to a great change in the human domain. Once a person had something to worry about, they would no longer be able to remain alone in the world. When breaking through, there would be a flaw in their heart. White Dragon Tribe, Elder Ni Huang? Elder Chan asked as he calmly looked over. Elder Ni Huang looked at Elder Chan in shock. You are. Elder Chan smiled faintly. We've met once before. I remember you, but you might not remember me. I'd like to hear more, Elder Ni Huang said solemnly. Chapter 1997. Elder Chan clasped his hands behind his back and seemed to be reminiscing. During the era of the Daoist sect, there was a decisive battle with the Sixth Mainland. Does Great Elder still remember that group of wandering cultivators who were unafraid of death? Elder Ni Huang was confused at first, but then her expression changed. She stared at Elder Chan. You were one of them? Elder Chan nodded and sighed. When the Sixth Mainland invaded, no one from the Fifth Mainland could protect themselves. Even the children who had just stepped onto the path of cultivation picked up weapons to fight, and the wandering cultivators were no exception. There was a group of wandering cultivators who knew that they were weak, so they entered the battlefield as cannon fodder. Fortunately, they were led by a powerhouse from the White Dragon tribe, and they were almost completely wiped out. He then looked at Elder Ni Huang and sighed. This junior still remembers Great Elder's heroic bearing. Elder Ni Huang sighed. At that time I had just stepped into the astral realm. Elder Chan smiled. This junior is a limiter. Elder Ni Huang nodded, and her tone was filled with admiration. I remember that group of wandering cultivators. There were only a few 100,000 of them, but almost all of them died in battle. Their spirit was admirable. Elder Chan laughed. It was just a single exchange. Against the Sixth Mainland's emissary powerhouse, our group of wandering cultivators couldn't even last a single breath. We've made a fool of ourselves. Elder Ni Huang solemnly said, since you dared to enter the battlefield, you are worthy of the White Dragon tribe's respect. Heavenly Master Xianxia and the others had not expected Elder Chan to have such a past. Elder Chan had not told them about this, and in fact they did not know much about Elder Chan ever since he had stepped onto the path of cultivation. Elder Chan had been Elder Chan, and his seniority far surpassed theirs. Even so, they had not expected Elder Chan to have experienced the decisive battle of the Fifth Mainland, even though he was only a limiter. Elder Ni Huang laughed. I never thought that I would meet a former comrade in this wasteland. This is a pleasant surprise. After this matter is over, I will definitely have a good chat with you. There are too few people who survived that battle. Elder Chan sighed. Yes, too few. Wang Si frowned and stared at Elder Chan. Where's the progenitor from the wasteland? Why isn't he coming out? Elder Chan did not understand. Progenitor. Wang Si coldly replied, the progenitor who was standing behind Lu Xiaoxian when he broke through. Lu Xiaoxuan's because of that person's teachings. Lu Xiaoxuan's current cultivation. Lu Xiaoxian. Elder Chan was confused. Was there a progenitor behind Lu Yin? When he broke through. Could it be? He thought of Mr. Mu. Could it be that Mr. Mu had been by Lu Yin's side when he broke through? No wonder he was fine even when the stellar source universe was in turmoil. It was because that Mr. had helped him. We are unable to contact that gentleman, Elder Chan said. You. Cain. Wang Si sneered. As long as the mother tree exists, the fifth mainland exists. Without the mother tree, this place is a wasteland. Even the sky has been replaced by the sixth mainland. Wang Si raised her eyebrows. What did you say? Elder Ni Huang raised a hand to stop Wang Si. The decision was made by the Lu family, and it was also their decision to move the mother tree. You should know that the Lu family controls everything and we can't refute their decision. You should hate the remnant of the Lu family even more for that decision, which is the Lu Yin you speak of. We're here to take him away. Elder Gong said, Lu Yin is Lu Yin. How can he be a remnant of the Lu family? Wang Si sneered. Don't tell me you don't know. Is that possible? The last time he was here, his identity was exposed in the technocracy. Why? Did he kill someone to silence them? He didn't expose his identity? Elder Gong looked at Wang Si. We don't care about his past identity. He grew up in this universe, cultivated and did a lot for this universe. He saved many people and even built the fifth pagoda, bringing blessings to the entire fifth mainland. He is a selfless person. He is Lu Yin, a member of the fifth mainland. Wang Si's tone turned cold. It seems like you want to protect the remnant of the Lu family. The celestial master looked at Wang Si. Since you've already eradicated the Lu family, why must you deal with Lu Yin? Are you really afraid that he can deal with the four sides of the scale by himself? Elder Ni Huang spoke up. It's not just that. She glanced at Elder Chan and the others. After the origin wheel sacrifice, your abandoned land will send people to the astral tree domain to search for the origin item. This time, not only did that remnant of the Lu family sneak in, but he also pretended to be a disciple of the White Dragon clan and humiliated the entire White Dragon clan on Dragon Mountain. The more she spoke, the gloomier her expression became. Throughout the history of the White Dragon clan, we have never been humiliated like this before. Lu Xiaoxian must be handed over to the White Dragon clan. Elder Chan sighed. Dragon Mountain is your White Dragon clan's territory, and you, Elder Ni Huang, are overseeing it. How could a mere enlighter dare to act so presumptuously on Dragon Mountain? Unless he was forced to a certain extent, he would never have done such a thing. This was not something he was willing to do. Ni Huang lowered her voice. I know that you hate the primeval surnames and that we abandoned you. Since that's the case, why must you protect the remnant of the Lu family? The Lu family is the culprit who abandoned you. They were the ones who moved the mother tree and isolated the fifth mainland, which caused your sky to be replaced by the sixth mainland. The Lu family is the one you hate the most, so there's no need to become enemies with us over a mere Lu Xiaoxian. In exchange, we will allow your abandoned land to send people to the astral tree domain to cultivate every once in a while. We will also allow you to compete fairly for the origin item. This is the greatest preferential treatment for you. Xiaji's eyes flashed. Really? Of course, Wang Si replied. Xiaji looked at Elder Chan. Lu Yin is Lu Xiaoxian, and he's a member of the Lu family. This is a matter of the heavens and we have no need to interfere. Elder Chan looked at Xiaji deeply, causing the latter to panic. If your Xia family can take the initiative to fight against the astral beast domain and save countless outerverse lives, and if your Xia family can build the fifth pagoda and bring blessings to the fifth mainland, then you have the right to say such words. Xiaji was dissatisfied and was about to continue speaking. Elder Chan sternly said, if you, Xiaji, have the confidence to break through to the progenitor realm and sincerely protect this region of the heavens, then you have the right to say such words. Xiaji's expression changed. How could he have the confidence to break through to the progenitor realm? Elder Chan turned to look at Enai Huang. Since you participated in the final battle of the Daoist sect, then you should know that the war wasn't just between the 5th and 6th mainlands, but also between the Eternals. Humans should not have a civil war. Enai Huang's gaze turned cold. A civil war between humans will only benefit the Eternals. Lu Yin has the chance to break through to the progenitor realm, and it's very likely that he will do so. The Eternals want to kill him, so why should you all become the Eternals' weapons and slaughter your own people? Elder Chan shouted. Wang Si angrily retorted, nonsense. The Lu family is our enemy and everyone from the Lu family should die. They're even more detestable than the Eternals. Wang Si. Enai Huang shouted, suppressing Wang Si. Elder Chan raised his head. Is this what the four-way scales thinks? So the Lu family is even more detestable than the Eternals? Then who resisted the Eternals? Who protected you? No matter how much you hate the Lu family, even if you took action to eradicate them, the Lu family was still the first to fight against the Eternals. The blood of the Lu family spilled across the heavens. Elder Enai Huang, you haven't forgotten, have you? The Lu family is the ruler of the 5th mainland, and they are also the first to be destroyed by the Eternals. You didn't hesitate to eradicate the Lu family and now you want to destroy Lu Yin, who has the potential to break through to the progenitor realm. Enai Huang was helpless. I admit that Lu Xiaoshuan's talent is extraordinary, and he has a high chance of breaking through to the progenitor realm. However, once he does, the four-way scales will be the first to act, not the Eternals. Can you guarantee that Lu Xiaoxian won't take revenge on the four-way scales in the future? Elder Chan was speechless. He was considering this from the perspective of the humans, but from the perspective of the four-way scales, he knew that Enai Huang and the others had done the right thing. The Lu family had been destroyed by the four-way scales, and Lu Yin would not give up on this grudge. The four-way scales also understood Lu Yin well. Although Lu Yin had established the 5th pagoda, he would never be able to let go of the hatred in his heart. He would never be able to reach a state where he could let go of everything. One less progenitor is a pity for the humans, but it's one less enemy for the four-way scales, Enai Huang said. The Lu family once stood on the front lines against the Eternals, and the four-way scales is the same now. Regardless of whether it was right or wrong to eliminate the Lu family, do you still want Lu Xiaoxian to take revenge on the four-way scales after he becomes an progenitor and cause a civil war among the humans? While he's still an astral envoy, we won't have to pay any price to eliminate him. This is the best explanation for the humans. Elder Chan was speechless. The hatred between Lu Yin and the four-way scales could not be resolved. Unless the Lu family still existed, there would definitely be a civil war. He was standing on the side of humanity and wanted to stop the four-way scales from killing Lu Yin, but Enai Huang was also standing on the side of humanity and wanted to kill Lu Yin. Who was right? Who was wrong? It was hard to tell. Perhaps this was how war was. There was no right or wrong. Now, do you still want to protect Lu Xiaoxian? Enai Huang asked in a low voice as she stared at Elder Chan. Everything that Lu Yin had done flashed through Elder Chan's mind. He looked out at the cosmic sea where the 5th pagoda had just been erected. In a few years, it would become the 5th mainland's greatest inheritance ground. Lu Yin's contributions to the 5th mainland were so great that Elder Chan could not bring himself to give up. How great would it have been if the four-way scales had come when they had first found out that Lu Yin was Lu Xiaoxian? He could have given up on Lu Yin without hesitation and prevented a civil war among the humans. But now how could he give up on Lu Yin? Countless people in the outerverse had erected statues of Lu Yin. Countless people in the innerverse relied on him. Countless people in the entire 5th mainland were deeply grateful to him, and countless people had become his half-master. How could Elder Chan give up on such a person? Even the sage heavenly master Elder Gong and Drunkard could not bring themselves to give up on Lu Yin. Elder Enai Huang frowned. She had already said so much, but Elder Chan still refused to give up on Lu Xiaoxian. What had this Lu Xiaoxian done in the abandoned wasteland? Why was he so popular? Chapter 1998. It was obvious that Elder Chan and the other half-ancestors cared about the humans. Even with the threat of a civil war, they were unable to make them give up. This was Lu Xiaoxian, one of the 7 heroes. His name had spread throughout the astral tree domain and he was an absolute genius. Even though he had lost his memories and been thrown into the wasteland, he had still been able to protect himself. Even Elder Ni Huang, who had seen countless geniuses, was impressed by Lu Xiaoshuan's achievements. If not for the Lu family, this person would have become a symbol of the human race. Strangely, he recalled Long Quan's words before he died, and he hoped that what he had said was true. Wang Si shouted, "Tell us where Lu Xian is. We don't need you to give up. We'll catch him ourselves. It has nothing to do with you." Elder Chan looked deeply at Elder Ni Huang. "I'm willing to do everything in my power to make Lu Yin forget his hatred for the 4 cardinal scales. Is this condition feasible?" No. Wang Si immediately objected and glared at Elder Chan. Lu Xian was stripped of his innate gift and memories, and he was left in the wasteland. However, he still managed to climb back up and become a leader among his peers. Someone like him cannot be suppressed. He must be eliminated. Elder Chan's tone was low. "I don't want to see a civil war between the humans, but I also don't want to see you capture Lu Yin. So we can't come to an agreement." Wang Si's tone was low and filled with disdain and arrogance. The drunkard looked at Wang Si. "You look very ugly." Wang Si was stunned. The heavenly master, Elder Chan, and the rest were stunned and looked at the drunkard strangely. The drunkard had always acted as if he had drunk too much. Although he was drunk, he did not speak much. However, his words shocked everyone. Even Elder Ni Huang was shocked. Wang Si was stunned at first, but then she became furious. "What did you say? You're courting death." The drunkard was about to attack, but Elder Ni Huang stopped him. She stared coldly at the drunkard. "You're a half-ancestor, yet you speak so rudely. You're an insult to your status." The drunkard took a swig of wine. "I'm just speaking the truth. I don't lie." This was the first time Elder Ni Huang had met a half-ancestor, and she did not know how to respond. "Don't lie? No one had asked you if she was ugly, so why did you suddenly say that?" Wang Si's eyes flamed. "Old man, you're courting death." The drunkard looked at her calmly. "The more I look at you, the uglier you become. You didn't look like this when you were young, did you?" Wang Si's eyes widened as she attacked furiously. This time, Grand Elder Ni Huang did not stop her. She also stared coldly at the drunkard. This was too much. Elder Chan walked out and stopped Wang Si. "I want to know why you're here." Wang Si roared, his eyes filled with madness. I'm going to kill that old bastard." Elder Chan frowned. "He drank too much. He's drunk." Wang Si roared, "Scram, you bunch of trash from the wasteland." Elder Chan's face darkened. Great Elder Ni Huang's expression changed as well, and she pulled Wang Si back. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Elder Chan's gaze turned cold. "Seems that this is how you view us. No wonder you call this place a wasteland." Great Elder Ni Huang hurriedly replied, "The Lu clan calls this place abandoned land. It has nothing to do with us." Drunkard sneered. "He keeps talking about the Lu clan. The Lu clan abandoned the 5th mainland, and the Lu clan called this place a wasteland. The Lu clan is no more, yet that ugly woman is still saying that this is the Lu clan's problem? What are you talking about? You're protecting the humans, but the Eternals outside the Starfall Sea are about to invade, and yet you're only targeting Lu Xian. Is this also the Lu clan's problem? Even if Lu Xian wants to take revenge on you in the future, that will be a long time in the future. Since we're standing on the side of humanity, we'll have to trouble you to deal with the Eternals outside the Starfall Sea first." Great Elder Ni Huang's expression turned ugly. Everything had been fine, and no matter how much the 5th mainland tried to protect Lu Xian, they would have been rendered speechless. Why had the situation suddenly changed? She stared at drunkard. This person spoke without thinking, but she could not refute him. Elder Gong Xiaji and the rest looked at drunkard strangely. They had not realized that this guy was so talkative, and he had even cursed that woman to the point of insanity. If that woman had not called them trash, they would not have been able to refute Great Elder Ni Huang. Elder Chan said, "Drunkard is right. Regardless of whether Lu Yin will take revenge on you in the future, at least for now he's no threat. Since you're here, please deal with the Eternals outside the Starfall Sea first. We're in grave danger and we could be slaughtered at any time." Wang Si sneered. "What does your slaughter have to do with us?" "Shut up." Great Elder Ni Huang barked, glaring at Wang Si. Although Wang Si was wary of Great Elder Ni Huang, she was not afraid of her. Furthermore, she was from the Wang family, not the White Dragon tribe. "Why are you still spouting nonsense? These trash from the wastelands are clearly protecting the remnants of the Lu family. Since that's the case, let's deal with them first. As long as these half-progenitors are gone, the wastelands will become our slaves. What arrogance! You want to enslave us? Looks like dealing with Lu Yin is just a pretense and you want to enslave the fifth mainland. Drunkard wiped his mouth and glared at Wang Si. Not only do you want to enslave us, but you also want to take us to the battlefield behind the wastelands and use us as cannon fodder. Wang Si raised her brows. He did not think that way. At most, she wanted to enslave these people just like how the Wang family had enslaved their servants. However, she was proud and did not want to refute him. So what if I do? Elder Chan sighed. You came with ill intentions. Lu Yin was just an excuse. Great Elder Anai Huang had not expected things to turn out this way. They had clearly come to capture Lu Yin, so how had they ended up enslaving the wastelands? What was there to enslave in this wretched place? Helpless, he could only say, let's leave it at that for today. We don't want to start a war, and the final decision will depend on the progenitor behind Lu Xiaoxian. In any case, the bottom line of the four-way scales is that we must take Lu Xiaoxian away. Even if we don't kill him, we must imprison him. I hope that you don't make a mistake. With that, he led Wang Si and the second Night King away. He regretted coming with Wang Si. This woman's temper was too explosive, and she would explode at the slightest provocation. No matter what he said, it was useless. After Anai Huang and the others left, Elder Chan looked at Drunkard. Where's Lu Yin? You really didn't see him? Drunkard shook his head. They were the only ones I saw when I arrived. The second Night King is always following Lu Yin around. Could he have been captured? Heavenly Master Xianxia was worried. Elder Chan shook his head. If he's been captured, then there's no need for them to talk to us. After a moment of silence, Elder Chan and the others looked at Drunkard. You're acting very strange today. Drunkard took a sip of wine. It has nothing to do with me. Someone taught me to say that. Everyone was shocked. This was especially true for Elder Chan, who had not sensed anyone else. Who? Drunkard replied, the half-ancestor who's close to Lu Yin. He said that he had a way to scold those two away. Elder Chan was speechless. Luo, it really was him. The way he spoke was just like him. It seemed like Kue Luo really cared about Lu Yin and was trying his best to protect him. However, this person's strength should not have reached the level where Elder Chan could not detect him. Either he was hiding his strength or he had a unique method. Looking past Drunkard, Elder Chan saw Kue Luo appear in the distance. Unlike before, his expression was solemn and even a little ugly. You still understand them and know how to deal with them, Elder Chan said to Kue Luo. Kue Luo's tone was gloomy. Where's that brat? Elder Chan shook his head. I don't know. Kue Luo looked at Drunkard, who shook his head as well. I was the first to arrive, but when I arrived I saw the second Night King following behind them. I didn't see that brat. Kue Luo looked in the direction of the technocracy and felt apprehensive. He was afraid that Lu Yin had been captured, but logically speaking, if he had been captured, Anai Huang and Wang Si would not have wasted so much time talking. They were not afraid of the half-ancestors here. Even if the two sides fought to the death, Anai Huang should have been able to escape with her strength. Where in the world had that brat gone? The second Night King had been severely injured, so he couldn't have died, could he? Let's not talk about Lu Yin's whereabouts for now. The astral trees have come with ill intentions. If they don't find Lu Yin, they'll definitely think that we've hidden him away, which might lead to a war, Celestial Master Xianxia said. Xiaji coldly replied, I knew that brat would cause trouble for us. A civil war between humans will only benefit the Eternals. I still think that it's better to throw that brat to the astral trees. Bullshit. Kue Luo glared at Xiaji and roared, giving everyone a fright. Xiaji was furious. What did you say? Kue Luo glared at him coldly. If you want to hand him over, hand over your son. That brat is more important than your son and your entire Xia family. Don't think that I don't know that you've attacked him. Just you wait, it'll be fine if he's safe, but if something happens to him, I'll make sure that you suffer a fate worse than death. Whether you sleep on your side or lie down, I'll expose you naked. Xiaji was furious and panted heavily. A long blade appeared in his hand and he was about to attack. Elder Chan was helpless. Kue Luo's ability to infuriate others was incredible. That's enough, Xiaji. If we really hand him over to them, they'll treat us like a wasteland. We're the fifth mainland, and if we can't even protect Lu Yin, will be cursed by countless people. Xiaji gripped his blade tightly and glared at Kuei Luo. This bastard would be killed one day. Kuei Luo glared back at Xiaji, but he wasn't talking nonsense. If something happened to Lu Yin, he'd make Xiaji his enemy. I'm leaving. If you find that brat and fight with the primeval surnames because of him, don't come looking for me. I won't help, Xiaji said coldly and stepped out of the sky. Kuei Luo sneered. You won't help? I'll make sure to kill you for the rest of my life. Xiaji glared coldly at Kuei Luo and left. We're leaving too. We'll use everything we have to find that brat, Celestial Master Xianxia said. Elder Gong was even more worried about Lu Yin's safety. Drunkard was helpless. Something like this happened right after the fifth tower was completed. Sigh. He then left for the cosmic sea. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener did. Drunkard's words stunned Elder Chan. The fifth tower had just been completed, and the astral tree had already come looking for Lu Yin? Was this a coincidence? Or had they already predicted this? Chapter 1999. He recalled many things that Lu Yin had experienced, and no matter how he looked at it, that kid did not seem like a selfless person who would willingly share his battle techniques. However, he had still done so. When the fifth pagoda was built, all of the inheritances had been shared, attracting the most elite cultivators of the fifth mainland. Once they obtained the inheritances, they would have to acknowledge Lu Yin as their master. In the past, Elder Chan had assumed that Lu Yin did not want to be taken advantage of, but now it seemed that if Lu Yin had known that the astral trees would come looking for Lu Yin, then it would have made sense. In the past, Elder Chan had not understood why Lu Yin had insisted on keeping the new universal armor for half a year, but now it seemed that Lu Yin wanted to resist the astral trees. Once the cultivators of the astral trees went to war with the Great Eastern Alliance, then the new universal armor would be of use. Elder Chan immediately understood many things, but there was still one big question. How had Lu Yin known about the astral trees' movements? That was the astral trees, and even the Hall of Honor could not monitor them. Lu Yin should not have been able to do so either. Even if someone was monitoring him, they should not have been able to contact him. The fifth pagoda had been built half a year ago, so Lu Yin should not have been able to know about the astral trees' movements that long in advance. Strange, very strange. Hey, what are you thinking about? Don't tell me you don't want to protect that kid? Kuei Luo stared at Elder Chan suspiciously. Elder Chan laughed. I said that I won't give up on him, so I won't. Kuei Luo was confused. Just because he took over the war against the astral beast domain and built the fifth pagoda? Is that not enough? Elder Chan countered. Kuei Luo did not know what to say. In his opinion, it was not enough, far from enough. He and Elder Chan were two different types of people. Kuei Luo was selfish and liked to play around, rarely thinking about others. Elder Chan, on the other hand, always considered the entire human race. Because of this, he had even made a mistake in breaking through to the progenitor realm. They were two completely different people. He saved countless lives in the Outerverse and brought good fortune to the fifth mainland. He has innate talent and has the potential to break through to the progenitor realm. Such a person is qualified for me to protect him, Elder Chan said. Of course, there was another reason. That teacher and the Inquisitor. He had no way of knowing the teacher's attitude, but since he had accepted Lu Yin as his disciple, he would definitely protect him. Qing Ping's stance was very clear. Lu Yin was his junior, and he would not agree to sacrifice Lu Yin for the sake of righteousness. However, if Lu Yin caused internal strife within the Qingren and was ambushed by the Eternals, then Qing Ping would personally judge Lu Yin. This was Qing Ping's stance. He couldn't ignore Qing Ping's attitude. There were too many people in the fifth mainland who cared about Lu Yin. Regardless of why he had built the fifth pagoda, he had not let down the fifth mainland, and the fifth mainland could not let him down. Kuei Luo nodded. I hope you'll really protect him. I'll give you another reason why you must protect him. Elder Chan was curious. Kuei Luo said seriously, the Lu family hasn't been exterminated. Elder Chan's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? Kuei Luo replied, the Lu family wasn't exterminated. They were just exiled. The four cardinal scales can't exterminate them. Old Zen refused to believe it. Even if the four scales work together, the number of progenitors they have already surpassed the Lu clan. Why can't they destroy the Lu clan? You also came from that era. Have you forgotten the legend of the Lu clan? Kuei Luo asked. Elder Chan's body trembled. The Lu clan's legend? His eyes flickered as he tried to recall. Finally he looked at Kuei Luo. Is that legend true? Does the Lu family really have someone like that? Kuei Luo solemnly replied, I don't know, but I'm certain that the Lu family still exists and only Lu Xiaoxian can bring them back. If you protect him, then you're protecting the Lu family. Once the Lu family returns, this place will no longer be an abandoned wasteland. Wherever the Lu family is, that place will be the fifth mainland. The fifth mainland will be the Lu family and the Lu family will be the fifth mainland. Elder Chan looked up at the heavens. The Lu family controls the fifth mainland, but that doesn't mean that it's the fifth mainland. Only the Daoist sect and countless cultivators can represent the fifth mainland. Kuei Luo did not argue with him. If you don't believe me, I can swear that the Lu family has only been exiled, not exterminated. Elder Chan raised a hand to stop Kuei Luo from swearing. I believe you. Don't worry, I've already said that I'll protect that brat no matter the price. He then looked at the outer verse and said bitterly, back then the battle with the sixth mainland caused them to abandon this place. Now I have to join forces with them to chase them away. Fate is preordained and there's nothing I can do about it. Kuei Luo left to search for Lu Yin, but he could not contact him through his gadget. Where had that brat gone? With the power of a half-ancestor, it was easy for him to search the entire Glory Flow Zone. Kuei Luo entered the forbidden area of Glory Flow Zone, and there he found the black crystal fragment. He immediately thought of the Neo-Human Alliance and contacted Elder Chan. Elder Chan was shocked. This person was actually related to the Neo-Human Alliance? By the time Drunkard had arrived, Anai Huang had already defeated Bai Wuxian. She had also attacked at the border of Glory Flow Zone, so she had not noticed the forbidden area. The second Night King had not spoken since the beginning, and he could not possibly tell Elder Chan the truth in front of Wang Si and the others. Could he have been captured by the Neo-Human Alliance? The ones who dealt with the second Night King weren't Wang Si and the others? Was it the Neo-Human Alliance? Kuei Luo's face paled, as this outcome was no better than being captured by Wang Si and the others. Elder Chan was helpless. Only the seven sky gods can beat the second Night King to such a state, and now there's only Bai Wuxian left. Alright, don't make wild guesses. Let's search first. This was the only way, as Kuei Luo could not attack the Genesis Academy, and he could not find any traces of Bai Wuxian. The Hall of Honor was searching for Lu Yin, and so were the members of the Great Eastern Alliance in Xiaji. At this moment, Lu Yin was standing on a barren planet, surrounded by a dense crowd of people. Everyone's faces were filled with fear, unease, and even despair. This was the technocracy, and above him were Wang Si and Anai Huang, as well as many cultivators from the sixth mainland. The moment Wang Si and the others had appeared, Bai Wuxian had thrown Lu Yin onto a planet in Glory Flow Zone so that he would not be discovered. Perhaps Bai Wuxian had been too heavy-handed, but when Lu Yin landed on the planet his mind went blank. Fortunately he had not been unconscious for long, and when he recovered and wanted to take his futon to enter the Daoist sect's ruins, Wang Si had swept everyone on the planet into her inner world. This was different from when Xiaji had dealt with Lu Yin. At that time, Xiaji had not made a move, and Lu Yin had taken the opportunity to sit on his futon and escape. But now Wang Si's power had swept over everyone, including Lu Yin. The moment he took out his futon he would be immediately discovered, and he would not have time to enter the Daoist sect's ruins. In the end he had been swept into Wang Si's inner world. Wang Si had been heavy-handed and everyone had fainted, including Lu Yin. However, before he fainted he had used Death's mask to disguise himself, as this was the only thing he could do. The death energy came from his body so it would not alarm Wang Si. By the time he woke up he had already landed on this planet. Looking up he knew that this was the technocracy and he had been captured by Wang Si in the end. Lu Yin was apprehensive as he was afraid that Wang Si would find him. He did not know if Death's mask was reliable, but it was the Grim Reaper's battle technique so it should be reliable. Death's mask could not only disguise one's appearance, but it could also use death energy to isolate an astral source's cyclone. Above the planet Wang Si's expression was gloomy. No, Lu Xiaoxian was not among these people. Where had that brat hidden? Was Lu Xiaoxian really in that place? Wang Si asked. Behind her, the second Night King had recovered quite a bit and he respectfully replied, yes. Wang Si stared at him coldly, not believing him at all. She called Wang Shang over and had him take the second Night King to the frigid Immortal sect for the Bai family to deal with. The second Night King's fingers trembled. Wang Xi's attitude towards him was far worse than Lu Yin's. She really treated him like a slave. "Elder, what should we do with these people?" Another emissary from the Wang family asked. Wang Xi was disgusted. "They're just wastelands. Don't worry about them." She then left. The Wang family elder did not feel that anything was amiss and left as well. Lu Yin only looked up at the beginning, but he did not dare to do so for fear of attracting attention. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days passed and no one cared about them. Many of them were ordinary people. On this barren planet where the oxygen was thin, many people suffered from all sorts of strange illnesses. The most miserable ones were hunger and thirst, and no one cared about them at all. There were very few cultivators, and even fewer of them had cosmic rings, which rarely stored food in them. Lu Yin could not bear it and wanted to save these people, but he could not even protect himself. Finally, on the 5th day, someone from the Genesis court arrived. They were humans, not androids. There were also many people living in the technocracy. Since ancient times, there had been no lack of traders, and those traders who had sided with the technocracy naturally lived there as well. The person who arrived was an enlighter, and he led hundreds of cultivators to distribute food. He also informed them that they would never be able to return to Glory Border and would have to live in the technocracy for the rest of their lives. This was already the 5th day and half of the people had died of thirst and hunger. These people did not care about whether they could return to Glory Border or not. All they cared about was surviving. Lu Yin finally relaxed. It seemed that Death Face had successfully fooled Wang Xi and the others. He did not know whether Death Face's effects were too powerful or if Wang Xi was too arrogant, but Lu Yin guessed that if Wang Xi had faced him alone, she would have been able to see through his trick. No matter how powerful a battle technique was, it could not bridge the gap between an emissary and a half-progenitor. Besides, he had just become an emissary not too long ago. He could only say that he was lucky. One by one, the people numbly boarded the spacecraft under the technocracy's arrangements. Just as the spacecraft was about to depart, it suddenly stopped. For some reason, everyone was being chased off the spacecraft again. Lu Yin's heart sank. What had happened this time? Above him, a group of cultivators appeared and they looked down at everyone. One of them surprised Lu Yin. Lu Xiaoga? He had not expected Lu Xiaoga to suddenly appear, and it seemed like he was the leader of this group. Lu Yin looked at Lu Xiaoga, and Lu Xiaoga suddenly looked over and met Lu Yin's gaze. When their gazes met, Lu Xiaoga's pupils shrank imperceptibly and he looked away. Lu Yin stared at Lu Xiaoga as the man had definitely recognized him. His appearance could be changed, but it was difficult to change one's gaze. The more familiar one was with someone, the more one understood that gaze. Chapter 2000. Lu Xiaoga was a scheming person, and he had been able to climb from a normal person to his current position. He had even joined the frigid Immortal sect, gotten close to Old White Ghost, suppressed Zhou Xian, and even contacted Hidden Earth. This person's intelligence was definitely not below Wei Rong's. Lu Yin believed that Lu Xiaoga had recognized him, but Lu Xiaoga had not dared to expose him. If Lu Yin had been exposed, he would have dragged Lu Xiaoga down with him before he died. Lu Xiaoga did not dare to do such a thing. However, that did not mean that Lu Yin would not do the same. Rather than being brought to a human planet in the technocracy, Lu Yin would rather follow this group of people from the astral trees. In any case, he would be under the technocracy's surveillance and it would be difficult for him to escape back to the human domain even if he left. Lu Yin stared at Lu Xiaoga for a long time. "Hey you, what are you looking at?" one of the cultivators shouted at Lu Yin. Everyone else was submissive and Lu Yin followed suit. However, he continued to stare at Lu Xiaoga. "I'm talking to you. What are you looking at?" The cultivator raised his hand and whipped Lu Yin with his star energy. Lu Yin pretended to fall. The commotion attracted Lu Xiaoga's attention, and he looked over and met Lu Yin's gaze once more. His heart sank. "Take him with us." "Yes," the cultivator replied respectfully and wrapped his whip around Lu Yin before tossing him onto a giant paper boat. There were a total of 100 people on the boat and they were all taken in a certain direction. The remaining people were brought back onto the spacecraft and headed towards the human planet. Half a day later, Lu Yin and Lu Xiaoga looked at each other with surprise and scrutiny. "I thought you were from Earth. I didn't expect you to be a direct descendant of the Lu family." Lu Xiaoga was the first to speak. Lu Yin replied, I didn't expect you to reach your current height either. Looks like even Yuchen was suppressed by you. Lu Xiaoge sighed and took out 2 wine glasses from his cosmic ring. He poured 2 glasses of red wine and handed one to Lu Yin. No matter where I am, I still like Earth's wine. It's elegant. Lu Yin swirled his glass and sat down. Did no one notice me here? Lu Xiaoge laughed. Of course. Otherwise, how would I answer to the expeditionary army that came from so far away? We're here because of you. Lu Yin shook his head. That shouldn't be the case. If it's just for me, a half-ancestor would be enough. Lu Xiaoge sat across from Lu Yin. Brother Lu, let's talk. Lu Yin set down his cup. I'd like to hear the details. Lu Xiaoge looked up. It wasn't easy for me to get to where I am today. I hope Brother Lu will let me go. Lu Yin was puzzled. What are you talking about, Brother Lu? I've never dealt with you before. Lu Xiaoge couldn't help but laugh. We can obviously pretend that we don't know each other. Why does Brother Lu want me to take you away? Isn't it better to stay away from Wuxia and the others? Lu Yin nodded. All right, of course, but I don't want to be too far away from them. How will I deal with them if I'm too far away? Lu Xiaoge shook his head helplessly. So Brother Lu wants to drag me down with you? Don't make it sound so tragic. We're both from Earth, so we should help each other. Lu Yin smiled and picked up his glass again to take a sip. You're right. Earth's wine is delicious and elegant. Lu Xiaoge raised his hand and held the wine glass, slowly turning it. Brother Lu, do you know the price I've paid to get to this point? There's no harm in telling you. I had no choice but to go to the astral trees. Brother Lu has always been prejudiced against me and wants to kill me. If I don't leave, I'll definitely die in the 5th mainland. I helped Brother Lu once in the astral trees, and Brother Lu said that the grudges between us would be written off. I hope Brother Lu remembers what you said. Lu Yin solemnly said, I remember everything I said. Don't worry, you're no longer my enemy and all our grudges are written off. I hope Brother Lu can leave as soon as possible. I'll think of something, Lu Xiaoge said, looking at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's lips curled up. You have a way to send me away? There are rumors that Zhou Xian has gone missing. Ancestor Wuxia and the others will definitely send people to the 5th mainland to search for him. That will be your chance. Of course, if Brother Lu is worried about being abandoned by the 5th mainland and becoming a public enemy, I can also think of a way to take you to the astral trees. Lu Yin smiled at Lu Xiaoge. To be honest, I rarely admire someone. You're half an example. Lu Xiaoge's eyes narrowed. Lu Yin continued, it's really rare for an ordinary person to reach your level. You have no resources, no backing, no powerful innate gift, and no miraculous opportunities. You relied entirely on your own efforts. You deserve my admiration, but you're too scheming and you're not pure. What do you mean? Lu Xiaoge did not understand. Lu Yin stood up and looked at the sky. The person who deserves my admiration is Ancestor Ku. He started out weaker than an ordinary person, but he walked step by step to become a progenitor. Progenitor Chen went against the orthodox path to cultivate the 9 clones technique, and he didn't hesitate to turn one of his clones into a giant, which made him a public enemy of the Daoist sect. The symbol progenitor carried the civilization on his back and went against the current to resist the 6th mainland. Lu Xiaoge fell silent. Everyone has their own path and you have your own difficulties. You can't be Ancestor Ku or Progenitor Chen, and I'm the same. Lu Yin then looked at Lu Xiaoge. I'm telling you all of this because I want to tell you that even if we're on different sides, even if we're enemies in the end, there's one thing you have to be clear about. You're human. Lu Xiaoge frowned. Brother Lu, I don't understand what you're talking about. Lu Yin laughed. Maybe I'm overthinking things. I don't know why, but when I think back to the time I've known you, I suddenly feel like you might betray humanity one day. Lu Xiaoge's gaze turned cold. Brother Lu, are you using this as an excuse to kill me? I'm just saying, don't take it seriously. Lu Yin waved a hand. Lu Xiaoge took a deep breath. Under the current circumstances, I can only send you out of the technocracy, but I can't help you with anything else. Brother Lu, it's best if you stay here and hide your tracks. I'll notify you immediately if there's any news from the outside world. Lu Yin suddenly raised a hand and tapped Lu Xiaoge's forehead. I don't need you to notify me. I'll go take a look myself. He then knocked Lu Xiaoge unconscious, took out Mount Supreme and tossed it inside. He specifically marked out a corner of Mount Supreme and tossed Lu Xiaoge there. Long Shi and the others saw Lu Xiaoga being tossed inside, but they didn't recognize him and ignored him. After replacing Lu Xiaoga, Lu Yin easily obtained a gadget from the Genesis Court that allowed him to contact the Human Domains Network. This was the ability of the Genesis Court. Many people thought that the technocracy had no way of connecting to the Human Domains Network, but that was just their imagination. Humans couldn't connect to the technocracy's network, but the technocracy had plenty of ways to connect to the Human Domains Network. Lu Yin took out the bubbling liquid from his cosmic ring and took a picture of it before posting it on the Human Domains Network. It was quickly drowned out by billions of messages. He then took out the wireless goo and contacted little Fa. Although the wireless goo wasn't as convenient as a gadget, it had the advantage of being able to communicate across space, so the technocracy shouldn't be able to detect it. In the Innerverse, in the Ross Empire's stronghold, Wang Wen was distressed. Everyone was looking for Lu Yin, but who knew where he had gone? He was also looking for him. News of Lu Yin's disappearance couldn't be spread, but Wang Wen couldn't guarantee that he could keep it a secret for long. At this moment his gadget rang and he glanced at it. The Divine Gu Dynasty's Prince Rusty? The gadget connected and the Prince Rusty's voice rang out. There's news from the Alliance leader. Wang Wen was shocked. Where? Another stuttering voice rang out. It was little Fa. Lu, the Alliance leader, used the wireless goo to contact me. He wants me to tell you something. Not long after the gadget hung up. Wang Wen was depressed. He still didn't know where Lu Yin was, but using the wireless goo to contact him meant that the situation wasn't good. Either the gadget was broken and couldn't find a new one, or he was being monitored. Whatever, since Lu Yin hadn't taken the initiative to tell him his location, it meant that he didn't need help. Wang Wen opened the network and found the picture that Lu Yin had posted using Lu Xiaoga's gadget. He looked at it and saw that it was a picture of a bubbling liquid with traces of red inside. What was that? Lu Yin wanted him to label this picture as coming from the Genesis Academy. Right? Wang Wen suddenly looked up. Was Lu Yin at the Genesis Academy? Had he really been captured by someone from that region? But if he had been captured, why was he still able to contact the outside world? Wang Wen couldn't understand what Lu Yin was doing. He could only follow Lu Yin's instructions and start advertising the picture as coming from the Genesis Academy. With the Great Eastern Alliance's strength, it was possible. 6 enhance on his die gave Lu Yin an unimaginable source of information. He could arrange a plan to deal with the astral trees without Elder Chan and the others knowing anything, and the Great Eastern Alliance also had channels that allowed him to know the location of the Black Crystal. His original plan was to shatter the Black Crystal and shift the blame to the astral trees. He would also let the Eternals know and trigger a war between the Eternals and the Genesis Academy's expeditionary force. However, Bai Wuxian had arrived too quickly, so quickly that it was inconceivable. It was as if he had been right next to him. Half-ancestors could travel through space and their speed was very fast, but it was impossible for them to be so ridiculously fast. Lu Yin had been about to leave right after shattering the Black Crystal and hadn't wasted any time, but he had been blocked in less than a minute. This was no longer a matter of speed. Bai Wuxian was definitely very close to him. Glory Flow Zone was in the Innerverse, and the only explanation for Bai Wuxian being so close to her was that she was also in the Innerverse. The Innerverse was the Great Eastern Alliance's territory. In other words, Bai Wuxian was very likely a member of the Great Eastern Alliance and possibly someone that Lu Yin knew. Lu Yin had asked Wang Wen to label the picture so that he could tell Bai Wuxian that the liquid bubble was in the Genesis Academy. Lu Yin knew how much the Neo-Human Alliance cared about the Black Crystal, but until now perhaps only he and the Neo-Human Alliance knew that the liquid bubble was in the center of the Black Crystal. Although the head Inquisitor had taken away a complete Black Crystal, he might not have shattered it. Lu Yin was only trying to lure Bai Wuxian to the Genesis Academy and exhaust the Fifth Mainland's Neo-Human Alliance's strength to wage war against the Astral Tree's expeditionary force. The humans could not afford to have internal strife, and they had to at least drag the Neo-Human Alliance down with them. Moreover, through this move, they could also explore how deep the waters of the Founding Heavens courtyard were. Chapter 2001. Of course, all of this was just a guess. Perhaps Bai Wuxian had coincidentally arrived in Brilliance region. Lu Yin wasn't a god, so he couldn't predict the future. He could only do his best and leave the rest to fate. All he had to do now was wait. Once the Astral Tree Expeditionary Army entered the Fifth Mainland, he would be able to leave. Before that, he might be able to meet up with some old friends or gather some resources such as the bark of the mother tree. With Lu Xiaoga's status in the frigid immortal sect, Lu Yin wasn't worried about running into a top expert. A few days later, Yu Qin found Lu Yin, but she seemed off. Lu Xiaoga, I know that Elder Shizi told you to keep an eye on me. I also know that you want to replace me and have a meteoric rise in the frigid immortal sect. I can help you, she said directly. Lu Yin felt strange. He had unintentionally replaced Long Qi in the astral tree, which had caused him to clash with Yu Qin. It could be said that Yu Qin had schemed against him for as long as he had stayed in the astral tree. Now this woman had fallen into Lu Xiaoga's trap and even offered to help him. Why? Yu Qin clenched her fists, her expression unsightly. Bai Jing, he actually found a half-martial ancestor and wanted me to become his maid. Bastard, what right does he have? He's just a servant, a traitor, and he wants me to become his maid. Bai Jing? Lu Yin didn't recognize him. He hadn't seen this person when he had read Elder Green Apricot's memories, nor had he seen this person in the body of the elder who had protected Yu Qin. I'm the young master's maid, and I'll only be the young master's maid for the rest of my life. I won't serve anyone else. Lu Yin looked at her. How do you want me to help you? Yu Qin and Lu Xiaoga looked at each other and frowned. This person's gaze had changed. You're a little strange today. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Lu Xiaoga could tell that it was him just by looking at his eyes. Yu Qin wasn't any less intelligent than Lu Xiaoga, and they were both very calm people who could see through people's eyes. Fortunately, they hadn't met before. I figured out some things. How do you want to deal with Bai Jing? Yu Qin was curious about the change in Lu Xiaoga's expression, but when he mentioned Bai Jing, her attention was diverted. I can't deal with him. He's a kind of flag. Even if the young master was still here, he still had to give him a certain amount of respect. The only thing I can do is to cooperate with you and raise your status. On the surface, I can be your maid, but we're cooperating. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why me? Yu Qin said helplessly. Who else can I find in the frigid immortal sect? She stared into Lu Xiaoga's eyes again. He felt uncomfortable, but he did not avert his gaze. If he did, she would be even more suspicious. You and I are the same kind of people. In the starry sky of the trees, most cultivators only focus on cultivation, but you're different. You have ambition and you have a plan. I can see that although your eyes have changed today, your desire to take over everything is even stronger. Yu Qin looked at Lu Xiaoga deeply. I need that ambition. I can help you and only I can. I know that Elder Shizi asked you to keep an eye on me, and I know that you have a good relationship with Elder Qingxing, but they can't help you. They only see you as a disciple of the frigid immortal sect. What do you mean? Lu Yin was curious. Yu Qin said solemnly, I know many secrets of the frigid immortal sect, whether it's a disciple or an elder. As long as you're willing, I can share these secrets with you so that you can advance without any obstacles. I can even find a way for you to learn secret techniques. Apart from the frigid immortal sect, I also know many secrets of the other four scales, and I secretly control a group of people for my use. Lu Yin was tempted. Yu Qin was very valuable. She was Bai Xiaohong's maid, and even Elder Qingxing had to listen to her orders. It was normal for her to know the secrets of the frigid immortal sect. Back in the humble Huayuan sect, Lu Yin had intercepted a group of gifted children that the frigid immortal sect had secretly taken away. Those children had been brought to the frigid immortal sect's Jade Peak to cultivate, and Yu Qin was in charge of this. She definitely had many gifted cultivators under her control, just like Shamrock Enterprises' hidden seeds. Lu Yin trusted her words. If it had been Lu Xiaoga, he would have cooperated with her since there was no harm in doing so. Unfortunately, he was Lu Yin, and if there was an opportunity in the future, he would seize this Yu Qin and use her, but now was not the right time. You can go back, Lu Yin said. Yu Qin was shocked as she hadn't expected Lu Xiaoga to refuse. What did you say? Lu Yin looked at her. I said you can go back now. I'll think about it. Yu Qin stared at Lu Xiaoga. You refuse. Lu Yin shrugged and turned to look at the sky, not saying anything. Yu Qin didn't understand. What did Elder Shizi say to you? Aside from spying on me, there must be some other reason. Otherwise, you wouldn't refuse my offer. Lu Yin's back was still facing her and he remained silent. Yu Qin took a deep breath and said, All right, it seems like I've been deserted by everyone. The young master is dead and I can guess that this is the result. If that's the case, then if I say that I have a way to contact senior sister Xianxia, will you still refuse to cooperate? Lu Yin suddenly turned around and stared at her. What did you say? Yuchen confidently replied, Senior sister Xianxia, the entire frigid immortal sect and even the sect itself, can't contact her directly, but I can. Lu Yin stared at her in shock. You can actually contact her? Yu Chen's eyes narrowed imperceptibly, but they quickly returned to normal. She smoothed her hair. It's just an attempt and it might not actually work. Wu Xiaoge, think about it. I sincerely want to cooperate with you and I'll come find you tomorrow. Lu Yin placed a hand on her shoulder. Why are you in such a hurry? I can cooperate with you. Let's talk about the details and what you can help me with. Yu Chen's body stiffened and she slowly turned around with a calm expression. With my help you can learn a secret technique within 10 years. You'll be infinitely close to Zhou Xian's strength and become one of the top disciples of the frigid immortal sect. 10 years is too long. Lu Yin shook his head. Yu Chen continued, your cultivation is too weak and that's your shortcoming. The difference between you and Zhou Xian is too great. I can provide you with resources and shortcuts to increase your cultivation, but 10 years is the shortest amount of time. That's enough. I'm leaving now. It wouldn't be appropriate if others saw me staying with you for so long. Lu Yin smiled. How interesting. It's too late to leave now. Yu Chen didn't understand. What do you mean, Lu Xiaoge? Lu Yin took out Mount Supreme and threw her inside. Wu Xiaoge is there. Go talk to him. Within Mount Supreme Long she opened her eyes and looked up to see a girl fall. She didn't care at first as it was normal for people to come and go from Mount Supreme, but when she saw the girl's face she suddenly stood up. It wasn't just Long Shi, Yun Tingting, Lu Hao, Wen Di1 and Gui Qian were all shocked. Yu Chen was a famous person in the astral trees and she represented by Xiaohong everywhere. Who didn't know her? She and Lu Xiaoge were two different people. They didn't expect her to be thrown into Mount Supreme. Did that mean that Lu Yin had returned to the astral trees? Bang! Yu Chen crashed into a corner of Mount Supreme. Not far away was Lu Xiaoge, who was helplessly leaning against the wall and looking at her with interest. Yu Chen stood up in a sorry state, but when she saw Lu Xiaoge her expression changed. She looked around at the incomparably large mountain range and the barrier that separated them from the rest. Where are we? Lu Xiaoge rolled his eyes. Lu Yin's personal prison. Lu Yin? Wu Xiaoxian? Yu Chen gritted her teeth and glared at Lu Xiaoge. Wu Xiaoge shrugged. Don't look at me, I was caught as well. Yu Chen was furious and looked up. Lu Xiaoxian, you despicable person. Let me go. Lu Xiaoge laughed. You're pretty smart, Yu Chen. You think you can leave after entering this place? Yu Chen panted and gritted her teeth. That despicable person. Bastard, he actually pretended to be you to trick me. Lu Xiaoge raised his brows. You have something to say to me? Let me guess, you've thought it through and are willing to cooperate with me? Yu Chen looked at Lu Xiaoge in shock. You knew? Lu Xiaoge sneered. You had no other choice. Yu Chen's expression darkened. It seems like you told him the conditions of our cooperation. It should be very valuable or else he wouldn't have taken the risk to capture you at a time like this. What did you say? I'm very curious, Lu Xiaoge asked with interest, his eyes shining. Yu Chen didn't say anything, but she felt sullen. She had been played by her greatest enemy and she didn't want to say anything. At that moment Long Shi appeared outside the barrier. Yu Chen looked over and was shocked. Long Shi looked at Yu Chen and raised a hand. She could break through the barrier but she didn't do so. Lu Yin clearly didn't want them to come into close contact. What happened outside? Why did Long Qi lock you up? Yu Chen looked at Long Shi strangely. Why are you here? Long Shi frowned. The ruler's realm. I was locked up here. That shouldn't be the case. Yu Chen was confused. Why would Lu Xiaoxian lock you up? Long Shi was confused. What did you say? What Lu Xiaoxian? Yu Chen looked at Long Shi and stared blankly for a while before laughing. So you don't know. Right, I remember now. He lost his memories. You were locked up here the entire time, so of course you don't know. Ha ha ha, retribution, retribution. He'll lose his memories for the rest of his life, and he'll never be able to remember the past. Long Shi stared at Yu Chen and tore through the barrier with a punch. She rushed in front of Yu Chen and grabbed her hair. What did you say? What Lu Xiaoxian? In the distance, when Yi and the rest also arrived and looked on in confusion. Yu Chen sneered. Didn't your Long Qi tell you that he's Lu Xiaoxian? Long Qi's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Yuchen laughed maniacally. You rejected the young master and wholeheartedly admired Lu Xiaoxian. Do you think the young master doesn't know? Now the Lu Xiaoxian you admire doesn't even care about you and locked you up here for years. How do you feel? Ha ha ha, retribution, retribution. Long Qi took a few steps back and seemed to have lost her soul. Long Qi Lu Xiaoxian? How? Him. At that moment, Long Qi recalled every detail of her time with Lu Yin, including his appearance. Indeed, Long Qi and Lu Xiaoxian were similar, but was he him? How was that possible? Chapter 2002. Lu Xiaoga noticed that something was wrong with Long Qi and casually explained, Long Qi is Lu Yin and Lu Yin is Lu Xiaoxian. He lost his memories, lost his cultivation and was thrown to the fifth mainland. Then he returned to the astral tree to meet you. Nothing is impossible. Some people are destined to meet. He looked at Long Qi. You should be glad that the person you missed has returned. Long Qi's eyes flickered and his face turned pale. Long Qi was Lu Xiaoxian? She looked up. Long Qi, come out. Long Qi, in the distance when First and the others looked at each other in disbelief. Long Qi is actually Lu Xiaoxian? Lu Hao was shocked. One of the 7 heroes is still alive and it's Lu Xiaoxian. How did he do it? No one was able to tell. Yun Tingting was terrified. Lu Xiaoxian, the Lu clan. That was a true colossus in the monarch tree starry sky. She didn't expect that Long Qi was actually Lu Xiaoxian. Crown Prince Gui Qian had a complicated expression on his face. This was not a good result for Gui Yuan. Gui Yuan could accept an ordinary person as their king, but they could not accept a direct descendant of the Lu clan as their king. This was equivalent to saying that they were ruled by the Lu clan. If they were willing, they could have been ruled by the Lu clan long ago. Why wait until today? Who would have thought that after so many years, the master of the Ghost Abyss would still fall on the head of the Lu family's first son? It was really an irrefutable fate. Long Qi, come out. Long Qi shouted. She had liked Lu Xiaoxian since she was young and had witnessed the era of the 7 heroes. As the Lu clan changed, Lu Xiaoxian was rumored to have died. She had been sad for many years. When she was young, she loved to smile because Lu Xiaoxian liked her smile. However, after Lu Xiaoshuan's death, her smile disappeared. Her smile was only for Lu Xiaoxian. But now she actually found out that the person who locked her up here was Long Qi. That bastard was actually Lu Xiaoxian. She was on the verge of breaking down. How was she supposed to face him? Happy? Or was it sadness? She didn't know that at this moment she seemed to have lost her soul. Yuchen was filled with the pleasure of revenge. She looked at Long Qi proudly as if she was taking revenge for by Xiaohong. Lu Xiaoga calmly replied, it's useless even if you shout. He's lost his memories. Long Qi's body trembled. He lowered his head and tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. As he lost his memory. Was it his fault? He was Lu Xiaoxian, but he was also Long Qi. No, he was that Lu Yin. He had lost his memories and it was as if he had been reborn. He did not know her at all. Yuchen stared at Lu Xiaoga. Lu Xiaoga shrugged. He wasn't helping Lu Yin or Long Qi. He was just reminding Lu Yin. Compared to Yu Chen's reckless revenge, he wanted to leave a good impression on Lu Yin. At least he didn't want Lu Yin to kill him for no reason. He had no way to stop Lu Yin now. Long Qi left alone in silence. Yuchen, what happened outside? How did you end up in here? One was the first to ask. Only then did Yuchen see that when First Scholar and the others were also there. So you're all locked up here? How laughable. Everyone thought you died in the sovereign realm. What's going on outside? Lu Hao shouted. Yuchen sneered. Lu Xiaoxian is finished. The Cosmic Tree Tribe has formed an expedition army, and 4 half-ancestors have been mobilized to kill Lu Xiaoxian. Even the White Dragon Tribe's Grand Elder Ni Huang has been mobilized. No one in the half-ancestor realm is her match. Long Qi clenched her fists when she heard this. She had heard a lot about how terrifying the Grand Elder was, and she was infinitely close to becoming a progenitor. Had Lu Xiaoxian encountered such danger? What about you? Why were you locked up? When First Scholar asked again. Yuchen did not answer. Lu Xiaoga slowly explained what had happened. In the outside world, Lu Yin didn't care about what was happening inside Mount Supreme. This was the technocracy and he was afraid that taking out Mount Supreme for too long would attract attention. Thus he put it away after throwing Yuchen in. However, the moment Yuchen was thrown in, he had guessed that Long Shi and the others would find out the truth. Whatever, it was time to find out the truth. Perhaps he could learn more about Zhou Xian from Long Shi. The last half-ancestor arrived outside the Sky Genesis court. At this point, the expedition army of the Cosmic Tree tribe had all arrived at the Sky Genesis court. 4 half-ancestors had gathered. What? Zhou Xian escaped even after the 2 of you attacked? The last half-ancestor was Xiada. When he was young, he liked to call himself a hero, and many people called him Hero Xia. As time passed, this title became more and more like a joke. Wang Si said coldly, "He must have been hidden by the abandoned land. Otherwise, the remnants of the Lu family wouldn't have been able to escape from us." And Huang frowned, "But you and I arrived earlier than the abandoned land's half-ancestor." Old White Ghost said, "It's not impossible. You know how cunning the remnants of the Lu family are. They worked together with Kuei Luo to turn the middle realm and the top realm upside down. Even now, the humble school is still unhappy with us because of this. Because of him, the unity of the Cosmic Tree tribe has been broken for many years. Even Gui Yuan has made a move." And Huang didn't understand. Could the abandoned land really have hidden him? It doesn't matter if the abandoned land has hidden him or not. We'll let them find him and force them to find him. I don't believe that the abandoned land would dare to start a war with us over a mere emissary, Old White Ghost said sternly. Xiada frowned. "If we can avoid a war, then let's avoid it. It's never a good thing for humans to have internal strife. Don't forget that the 5th mainland was defeated because the 6th mainland was holding back too much of our forces." Wang Si said coldly, "It's not us who wants internal strife, it's the abandoned land. Zhou Xian must die. This is our bottom line. Since you're all here, then let's have a showdown with them." She then looked at Xiada. "I almost forgot that the Xia family left a half-ancestor in the abandoned land. He's actually willing to hand over Zhou Xian." Xiada wasn't surprised. It's normal for the Xia family to have a half-ancestor. "You want me to find him?" And Huang said, "There are only a few half-ancestors in the abandoned land. If we can get one to defect, our chances of victory will increase." "Wait." Old White Ghost looked at Huang. "Don't tell me that we won't have a chance of victory if that half-ancestor from the Xia family doesn't defect. Senior, you're a powerhouse second only to the progenitor realm, and you're as famous as the myriad Dao ancestor. You alone should be enough to deal with them, right?" Wang Xi's expression changed and she became much gloomier. And Huang was helpless. The abandoned land isn't easy to deal with. One of them is about the same as me, so I won't be able to defeat him in a short period of time. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. "Right, where's the burial garden? Didn't you say that you wanted to obtain the ancient inheritance there?" Xiada suddenly asked. Wang Si said unhappily, "The burial garden is gone. It's been sealed by the Eternals and can't be opened." Xiada cursed. "The Eternals again? Why are they everywhere?" Old White Ghost laughed strangely and pointed in the direction of the Starfall Sea. "The Eternals are there too. The 7 sky gods have personally made a move, and even a progenitor from the 6th mainland has defected." Xiada's face twitched. "Even a progenitor has defected?" And Huang replied, "Don't worry about the Eternals. In the abandoned land, their strength has practically been crippled." Wang Si said, "Let's deal with the remnants of the Lu family first. Immediately send someone to the abandoned land to search for Zhou Xian, especially the Innerverse. Zhou Xian founded the Great Eastern Alliance and I want to capture every member of that alliance. Let's see how long he can hide." Soon after, the half-ancestors' orders were issued, and the Cosmic Tree expedition was to leave the technocracy and head to the abandoned land to capture the target. Lu Yin also received the notice and he looked at Elder Green Apricot with an ugly expression. "Let's go. The half-ancestor wants to meet you personally, so he must have some expectations for you. And Yuchen as well. Right, where is she?" Elder Green Apricot was puzzled. Lu Yin had not expected that Old White Ghost from the frigid Immortal sect would want to meet him and Yuchen in person. More accurately, he wanted to meet Lu Xiaoga. "Elder, what happened?" Lu Yin asked. Elder Green Apricot replied, "The half-ancestor has issued an order to capture the upper echelons of the Great Eastern Alliance that Zhou Xian founded. You two will be needed. This is not a war, so we need to discuss how to capture them. You and Yuchen are good at this." Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly. The half-ancestor had actually attacked the Great Eastern Alliance. Fortunately he had been prepared. Hurry up and meet the half-ancestor. I'll go find you, Chen, Elder Green Apricot urged before leaving. How could Lu Yin possibly meet Old White Ghost? He had no confidence in being able to deceive a half-ancestor at close range. No matter how mystical Death Mask was, it could not be that powerful. It was best to find someone else to replace him. The person who replaced him had to be of a moderate status so they would not attract any attention and could also leave the technocracy. Soon Lu Yin found his target, Wang Yi. Wang Yi had not appeared since the Sovereign's tournament, and it was rumored that he had been severely injured by the 7 sky gods. After returning to the Wang family in the Cosmic Tree Realm, he had been in seclusion. If not for Wang Yi's seclusion, the stowaways would have been exposed long ago. Brother Wang, Lu Yin called out. In outer space, Wang Yi looked over and saw Lu Xiaoga. Who is it? Although Lu Xiaoga was doing quite well, that was only limited to the frigid Immortal sect and had yet to step onto the stage. Unless he replaced Yu Chen, he did not have the qualifications to enter Wang Yi's eyes. Wang Yi was a direct descendant of the Wang family, and he was in existence second only to Wang Su. I'm Lu Xiaoga. I have something to ask Brother Wang, Lu Yin said politely. Wang Yi was cold. I'm not free. He then turned to leave. Lu Yin hurriedly said, It's about Lu Yin. Wang Yi paused and looked at Lu Xiaoga in astonishment. Speak. Lu Yin gestured for Wang Yi to enter. Wang Yi's eyes narrowed and he took a deep look at Lu Yin. He then descended without a care and entered the sealed space that Lu Yin had specially folded with a piece of white paper. Just say what you have to say, Wang Yi said. He did not care about Lu Xiaoga since he was just a hunter. Lu Xiaoga was scheming and had a sunken manner, but his cultivation had yet to reach the level of an enlighter. After all, he was a normal person unlike Lu Yin who had cheated the entire time. Actually, under normal circumstances, Lu Xiaoga was already considered an absolute elite. He was 1 generation younger than the 10 arbiters, and if he had been in the 5th mainland's human domain, he would definitely have become a member of the Youth Council. He might even have reached the same level as the 10 arbiters. However, he was not that dazzling in the Cosmic Tree Realm. This was especially true when facing Wang Yi, who even the 10 arbiters would find it difficult to resist. Lu Yin smiled at Wang Yi. Wang Yi frowned, and then he felt a sharp pain in his back before he lost consciousness. Chapter 2003. Lu Yin changed his appearance and Death's mask took on Wang Yi's appearance. He took out Mount Supreme and tossed Wang Yi inside before swaggering out of space. Although Wang Yi was a direct descendant of the Wang family and had a high status, it was unlikely that he would be summoned by a half-step ancestor with his strength. After all, he was still a member of the younger generation. However, his status allowed him to go to the 5th mainland as he had been here before. Within Mount Supreme, Wang Yi fell down and landed next to Yu Chen. When Yi and the others saw this and were speechless. Wang Yi had also entered. Lu Yin had not used too much strength, and he had only made Wang Yi lose his ability to resist. Wang Yi only reacted after crashing to the ground, and he hurriedly stood up despite the intense pain in his back. He looked up and saw Yu Chen, but before he could even react he saw Lu Xiaoga. His expression changed and he became vigilant as he prepared to attack. Lu Xiaoga was afraid that Wang Yi would attack him, so he quickly asked, Did I hit you? Wang Yi frowned. I didn't expect the frigid Immortal sect to have someone like you. Lu Xiaoga was helpless. It wasn't me who hit you, it was Lu Yin. Wang Yi did not understand. What did you say? Lu Xiaoga sighed. I don't know how Lu Yin came to the technocracy, but he used a disguise that even a half-step ancestor could not see through to replace me. That's how he captured Yu Chen. Wang Yi looked at Yu Chen. Yu Chen was much calmer now and she nodded. Wang Yi's eyes narrowed as he had not expected it to be Lu Yin. His initial impression of this person had been during the Sovereign tournament, and his invincibility during the final battle had shocked him. His terrifying strength that could rival the 4 young ancestors had given him a new understanding of the abandoned lands. However, after coming out of seclusion some time ago, his impression of this person had changed once again. This person was actually Zhou Xian, who had used his strength as an enlighter to cause chaos in the Cosmic Tree domain. He had broken through to become an emissary and crossed the void to provoke the Cosmic Tree domain, which had even led the Cosmic Tree domain to form an expeditionary force to suppress him. This person's innate talent and cultivation were at the same level as his peers, and his ability to cause trouble was also at the same level. Wang Yi had thought that it would be difficult for him to fight Lu Yin since Lu Yin had broken through to become an emissary, and their strength was on a completely different level. Lu Xiaoge raised his head and wondered how many more people were going to be locked up. He was going to become famous. Wait, he suddenly looked at Wang Yi. Why did Lu Yin attack you? Wang Yi replied indifferently, I don't know. He didn't say why? Lu Xiaoge was surprised. Wang Yi shook his head. Lu Xiaoge smiled. It's good. Wang Yi didn't understand. Lu Xiaoge replied, he'll only attack you if you look for him and see through his disguise. If he attacks you for no reason, then there's only one reason. He's going to replace you. Lu Xiaoge took pleasure in Zhao Fu's misfortune. Wang Yi's expression changed. Disguise yourself as me? Lu Xiaoge nodded. Congratulations, you're going to be famous. Wang Yi's expression turned ugly. He had a cold personality and was not good with words, but at this moment he had the urge to curse at someone. He inexplicably understood why so many people hated Lu Xiaoxian. It wasn't just Lu Xiaoxian. Many people hated Lu Yin as well, such as Wang Dashui. In the outside world, Lu Yin disguised himself as Wang Yi and swaggered through the heavens. He guessed that it wouldn't be long before he left the technocracy. Wang Su appeared before him. The Starry Sky of Trees Expeditionary Army was operating in this area. Apart from half-martial ancestors and powerhouses with 1,000,000 battle prowess, no one else was allowed to leave. It was not unusual for Yin to meet anyone. Wang Yi, come with me. The elder wants to see us, Wang Su said when he saw Wang Yi. Lu Yin blinked. Elder? Who is it? Wang Su looked at Wang Yi strangely. It's Elder Wang Si, of course. Lu Yin was speechless. Another half-martial ancestor? Damn it, why did it sound like everyone wanted to meet a half-martial ancestor? Was it so easy to meet a half-martial ancestor? Why does the elder want to see me? Lu Yin asked. Wang Su felt even more strange and he stared at Wang Yi. With your personality you wouldn't ask such a question. What's wrong? Lu Yin revealed a pained expression. I need to go into seclusion for a few days. My old injuries have flared up. Wang Su frowned. Come with me. He then grabbed Lu Yin's shoulder and brought him to a distant planet where the Wang family's cultivators were staying. The expeditionary army included many powers in the Starry Sky of Trees, but the 4 cardinal scales lived alone. Lu Yin was brought to a dark canyon on the planet by Wang Su, who had a tight grip on his shoulder. Wang Su's expression was cold as he stared at Lu Yin. He suddenly attacked and a black rope descended from the void to bind Lu Yin's limbs. He could tell that there was something wrong with this Wang Yi, and no matter who it was, he had to control him first. Lu Yin had no choice but to attack. He took a step forward and appeared behind Wang Su. With a palm strike, Wang Su fell to the ground in shock. Why are you so smart? Why did you have to force me to attack? The more people I capture, the easier it will be to expose the problem. It's troublesome, but I can't replace you, Lu Yin muttered to himself as he took out Mount Supreme and tossed Wang Su inside. Wang Su was very strong and was one of the 4 young ancestors, but the difference between him and Lu Yin was too great. After capturing a few people, Wang Si requested to meet Wang Yi. Wang Yi could no longer continue his disguise, and he had to find the next person as soon as possible. The next person he found had to be of a lower status, and he definitely couldn't meet a half-martial ancestor. Lu Yin thought to himself as he put away Mount Supreme and walked out. Within Mount Supreme, Wen Yi and the rest were starting to get used to seeing Wang Su fall. Although they were surprised that Wang Su, one of the 4 young ancestors, had been captured, it wasn't that surprising when they thought about Lu Yin's strength. Wang Su quickly woke up and saw Wang Yi. He subconsciously wanted to attack, but Wang Yi said, "The one who attacked you was Lu Yin." Wang Su was confused, but he soon calmed down. So it was him. Wang Yi was cold and didn't want to say more. Wang Su looked at Yu Qin and Lu Xiaoge. What's going on? Lu Xiaoge explained once more. Wang Su's expression turned ugly, but he wasn't thinking about why Lu Yin had appeared in the technocracy. Instead, he was thinking about what had just happened. Was the difference between them really that great? Back in the ruler realm, there hadn't been such a huge gap. In the outside world, Lu Yin was traveling at an extremely fast speed across the planet. This planet wasn't considered barren, and there were a few bases for manufacturing machinery. Lu Yin quickly saw the Wang family's cultivators and he saw a familiar figure, Wang Dashui. Wang Dashui was alone with his back against a mountain wall, and he seemed to be lamenting about something. His face was filled with sorrow, and there were obvious fist marks on his face that hadn't disappeared for some reason. He looked rather miserable. Even though I was banished to the Een Mountain district for causing trouble, I'm still rather respected within the family. How could those bastards dare to attack me? Even the emissary elder has to be courteous to me when he sees me. No matter what, I'm still ranked in the top 10 of the Wang family's younger generation. It's all because of that long 7, Zhou Xian. That bastard has tricked me time and time again. Time and time again? I was blinded by my infatuation. I actually recognized him as my boss and actually believed him. I'm so pitiful. Lu Yin approached and listened to Wang Dashuai's words. He felt rather apologetic as he had indeed implicated Wang Dashuai time and time again. This guy was really tenacious and anyone else would have ended up in an even worse state. Now, after hearing Wang Dashuai's miserable story, Lu Yin felt even more apologetic because he wanted to replace this guy. No one was more suitable than Wang Dashuai. The Wang family hated him and no half-martial ancestor would want to see him. As long as he pretended to be miserable, no one would suspect him. Furthermore, Lu Yin believed that this fatty had been brought here because of him, and he would definitely be brought to the Fifth Mainland. Furthermore, doing so would also allow him to bring this fatty away and escape from this abyss of suffering. Yes, escape from this abyss of suffering. When Lu Yin thought of this, his eyes lit up and he walked over. Wang Dashuai looked at Wang Yi, who was looking down at him from above, and he quickly stood up and smiled apologetically. Young Master Yi, I didn't expect you to be here. Sorry for disturbing you. I'll leave now. Lu Yin sighed. I'll try to be gentle. These were the last words Wang Dashuai heard before he fainted. When he opened his eyes, he saw Wang Yi again. Wang Dashuai blinked and stood up. His back was in intense pain and he pitifully looked at Wang Yi. Young Master Yi, why did you hit me? Many people in the Wang family had bullied him, but Wang Yi was not one of them. Wang Yi did not care about him at all, and neither did he care about the other Wang family members. Wang Yi coldly replied, "It wasn't me." Wang Dashuai was confused, and it was only then that he could clearly see his surroundings. Where am I? He saw Wang Su Yuchen and Lu Xiaoga and was stunned. Why are you all here? No one explained anything to the fatty, and not even Lu Xiaoga, who was too lazy to bother with him. Wang Dashuai hid in a corner with a bewildered expression and continued to lament and curse Lu Yin. In this manner, Lu Yin disguised himself as Wang Dashuai and walked around the planet. One day later he arrived at the place where Wang Dashuai had lament and refused to go out. This damned fatty was too hateful. He had only gone out for a stroll, but he had been beaten up by several people who cursed him as they beat him. Lu Yin could understand Wang Dashuai's feelings and he felt even more apologetic. However, this was not entirely his fault as this was fate. Old White Ghost was extremely dissatisfied. He had clearly told Elder Green Apricot to inform Lu Xiaoga to meet him, but Lu Xiaoga had not come. Wang Si had also informed Wang Su and Wang Yi to meet him, but those two had not come either. Just as they were about to head out to look for Lu Yin, Elder Chan, the Sage Heavenly Master Elder Gong, and the drunkard appeared outside the technocracy and requested to meet with them. And I Huang immediately led them to the border of the technocracy to meet with Elder Chan and the others. What? Have you thought things through? Are you willing to hand Lu Xiaoxin over to us? This was the first thing Wang Si said to Elder Chan and the others. The drunkard looked at Wang Si. The Fifth Mainland swears not to be enslaved. Wang Si's brows rose as she recalled what the drunkard had said to her the last time they had met. Her temper flared up, but fortunately, I Huang stepped forward and faced Elder Chan. If we wanted to enslave you, we wouldn't have waited until now. Also, we wouldn't have been the only ones here. Tell me clearly, are you going to hand Lu Xiaoxin over or not? Elder Chan replied, we really don't know where he is, so we can't hand him over. Then just wait for the war to start. Let's see how much power your wasteland has left, Wang Si sneered. Elder Chan glanced at Wang Si. Do the four scales only know how to fight amongst themselves? First, you annihilated the Lu family and now you want to deal with us? You keep talking about war. I think you're a spy planted by the Eternals. Wang Si was furious. You. Chapter 2004. Old White Host's cold voice rang out. The wasteland can't be considered a war. You don't have the right to start a war with us. Even if you have 5 half-ancestors, We can send 10 half-ancestors or even progenitors at any time. You can try. When the 6th mainland invaded our 5th mainland, even the martial ancestors were defeated, Heavenly Master Xianxia said. Elder Gong glanced at Anai Huang and the others. This is the 5th mainland, your ancestral land. Humans have progenitors and so does the land. Don't underestimate the ancestral land. Xiada asked, where's the Xia family's half-ancestor? Why isn't he here? Elder Chan looked at Xiada. There's no need for him to come. The 4 of us are just enough. Seems like you really want to start a war? Anai Huang asked. Elder Chan and Anai Huang exchanged glances. Of course not. We're here to verify something. Did you notice anything amiss when you interacted with the Genesis Court? Anai Huang and the others didn't understand. What's amiss? Elder Chan answered solemnly, the Genesis Court might very well be the base of the Eternals. Wang Si sneered, what a joke. If you think that you can save Zhou Xian by slandering him, then you're too naive. We're half-ancestors, not ants. If the Genesis Court is related to the Eternals, then how could we not have noticed it? Anai Huang shook her head. Don't try to split us up. There's no need for that. You're too naive. Elder Chan activated his gadget and saw an image that Lu Yin had given him back then. The video showed the Corpse King's final words, return to the Genesis Court. Because of this video, the Hall of Honor sent people to investigate the technocracy. By chance they went to a city, but their investigation was fruitless. However, this video is real. If you don't believe me, you can find a way to investigate it. Your families control various civilizations, so you should have your own technocracy, Elder Chan said. Anai Huang and the others grew solemn. Elder Chan wouldn't lie to them with a fake video. Wang Si couldn't refute this. If the video was real, then was the Genesis Court really related to the Eternals? Otherwise, why would the Corpse King say return to the Genesis Court? The image is real, but the Corpse King might not be, Old Bai said coldly. Elder Chan looked at him. This recording has existed for a long time. Right, it happened right before you met Zhou Xian at the dimensional battlefield. They went there because of this recording, and it was also at that time that we learned that Lu Yin was Zhou Xian. Was it that time? Wang Si was shocked. Anai Huang looked at her and asked, was it the last time you were here? Wang Si's expression darkened. That's right. I met Zhou Xian in the Vientiane battlefield with Old White. I remember now, no one here knew that he was Zhou Xian. Xiada said solemnly, it seems that the timing matches. That means that the image is real and the eternal race will never have internal strife. If the Corpse King really said this, then it means that the Heaven Creation Court is most likely related to the eternal race. Otherwise, we wouldn't have risked sending people into the technocracy to investigate. Before we know that Lu Yin is Zhou Xian, he's a paragon of the 5th mainland's younger generation. Let me ask you, would any of you allow your direct descendants to take the risk of investigating an enemy territory? It's especially difficult to hide in the technocracy. Even you half-ancestors were trapped there. For a moment, everyone fell silent. We can't conclude with just one image. The Genesis Court is related to the eternal race, Wang Si said. Elder Chan said, of course, that's why I hope that you can investigate the Genesis Court. You were able to come to our part of the universe with the help of the Genesis Court, right? Then, when you reached an agreement with the Genesis Court might have already hidden clues about the eternal race. Zhou Xian is very important, and I understand your determination to capture him. However, the eternal race is even more important. You don't want to be schemed against by the eternal race one day. Anai Huang and the others looked at each other and thought back to the many strange things they had encountered during their negotiations with the Genesis Court over the distance of the new sky corridor. Especially Sage White's sneak attack on Wang Yun and the others, and the Genesis Court's hesitation and refusal to let them pass through the new sky corridor. Was this related to the eternal race? Could it be that they were erasing all traces of the eternal race at that time? To prevent them from being discovered? Was that why they were stalling for time? It wasn't impossible. At that moment, Anai Huang, Wang Si, Old Whitehead, and Xiada all thought of this possibility. Otherwise, how could they explain Sage White's sudden attack? How could they explain Dean Sen's hesitation? All of this made sense. For a moment they all looked back at the Genesis Court and felt a chill run down their spines. In the distant Neoverse, Mu Tianluan returned to the Adjudicator world and headed deeper into it. Mu Tianluan requests an audience with the Adjudicator. What is it? Mu Tianluan said respectfully. Shamrock Enterprises Yi Wang has died. I'm here to report. Who did it? Lu Yin, Mu Tianluan said. The reason? Mu Tianluan continued, we still don't know. Yi Wang's death happened half a year ago, and news of it was suppressed until today. Adjudicator Yi Wang had 30 honor points and he was killed by Lu Yin. Should we arrest Lu Yin and bring him to trial? You may, the adjudicator replied. Mu Tianluan respectfully replied, I'll go now. He then turned and left the adjudicator world, looking up at the peak of Realm Mountain. At that moment, Deqiu walked out of the adjudicator world and bowed when he saw Mu Tianluan. Greetings, adjudicator. Mu Tianluan looked at Deqiu. You're leaving. Deqiu replied, yes. A suspected Neo-Human Alliance stronghold has appeared. Mu Tianluan nodded. Go. Deqiu headed out of Realm Mountain. Mu Tianluan's eyes flashed coldly as he watched Deqiu leave. Consider yourself lucky. He then took out source boxes from his cosmic ring. The source boxes automatically lined up, attracting many people's attention. On Realm Mountain, many cultivators opened their eyes and looked in the direction of the adjudicator world. What's going on? Did someone attack Realm Mountain? It can't be another invincible Heizich, right? Li looked in the direction of the adjudicator world and saw Mu Tianluan. He hurriedly stepped through the void. Adjudicator, what's going on? Before he could finish speaking, a strange laughter rang out. So he really isn't here. Our trip from the Cosmic Tree Realm was not in vain. The Hall of Honor will end today, ha? Li's expression changed. Who's there? Figures walked out of the source box array in front of Mu Tianluan. The one at the front was one of the 7 sky gods, the ancient god. Behind him were the sorcerer god, the forgotten ruins god, and the undying god. 4 of the 7 sky gods descended onto Realm Mountain, causing the surrounding space to crack open. The Hall of Honor had experienced an unprecedented change. Ever since its establishment, no powerful enemy had ever infiltrated the Hall of Honor, not even when the ancient god had destroyed the array. Even the law node had been tacitly approved by Elder Chan. Now the 7 sky gods had descended onto Realm Mountain, shocking the entire Honor realm. Li looked at the ancient god and the 7 sky gods and his scalp went numb. The undying god looked over and Li's body turned to dust. Hurry up and attack. Realm Mountain is not simple. I sense a familiar power here, the ancient god said in a low voice as he stepped into the adjudicator realm. At the same time, the sorcerer god, the undying god, and the forgotten ruins god all entered. Mu Tianluan looked up as emissaries walked out one by one. They were all experts guarding Realm Mountain and most of them were transformed humans. There were 6 of them and this was the strength of Realm Mountain. The Hall of Honor had suppressed the 5th mainland not only because of Elder Chan, but also because they had many emissaries. Mu Tianluan sneered and stepped into the adjudicator realm. The moment the 7 sky gods appeared, Elder Chan, who was at the border of the technocracy, paled. Not good, Realm Mountain is under attack. He then looked at the Elysian Heavenly Master. Quickly send me to Realm Mountain. The Elysian Heavenly Master hurriedly set up a source box array, as it was the only array that could instantly reach Realm Mountain. It will take time, at least half an hour. It's not easy to set up a source box array. Elder Chan could only wait and he secretly regretted leaving. He had been careless when the 7 sky gods had been destroyed, but he had forgotten that the 5th mainland wasn't the only one with the 7 sky gods' half-ancestor corpses. The Cosmic Tree Realm also had some. The Cosmic Tree Realm's expeditionary army had entered the 5th mainland, where the 7 sky gods were hidden. The everlasting experts could also come. At this moment his heart was burning with anxiety. Realm Mountain couldn't stop the 7 sky gods and there was more than one of them. Why had the 7 sky gods come to Realm Mountain? The 7 sky gods had not appeared for many years and even if there were battles they would stop when the time was right. They had only managed to break through Realm Mountain by destroying the array's nodes, but they had also been schemed against by Ancestor Hui. But now, what? At this moment Realm Mountain was the weakest it had ever been. He wasn't here, Xiaoming wasn't here, and neither was the head of Realm Mountain. Qingping also had to look after that thing. Could it be? Elder Chan thought of something and his eyes turned red. He had underestimated the 7 sky gods' desire for that thing. What's going on? Anai Huang asked. Elder Chan looked at her and said in a low voice, the 7 sky gods came to Realm Mountain. And Huang's expression changed. The 7 sky gods? They're here as well? Elder Chan replied, the 7 sky gods here were destroyed when Burial Garden was sealed, so the ones attacking Realm Mountain should have come from your place. Xiada was puzzled. Why did they attack Realm Mountain? Elder Chan fell silent. He could only guess that it had something to do with the black crystal that Qingping had brought back. The Eternals seemed to care a lot about that thing, and they cared a lot about it beyond imagination. What exactly was it? Within the Judgment World, the ancient god reached out and grabbed at the depths of the world. Qingping, come out. As soon as he spoke, the scale extended from the darkness and landed at the ancient god's feet. Judgment laws. Suppression. Do you have the ability to suppress me? That was Qingping's voice. The ancient god raised his head and placed his right foot on the scale. He stomped down hard and his gray eyes turned green, then red. His aura continued to surge and his eyes seemed to transform into a demon. A figure roared. This was the 4th transformation of the Reaper transformation, the Ghost Pupil transformation. Even the Gravekeeper of Burial Garden had to borrow the power of the Yellow Springs to fight against my half-ancestor incarnation. How could you have the ability to challenge me? Since you want to be suppressed, I'll suppress you. As he spoke, the scale beneath the ancient god's feet cracked open and extended into the darkness. There a young and heroic face appeared. This person was the head judge, Qingping. Chapter 2005. Who would have thought that the head inquisitor of the Galactic Arbitration would be so young and valiant? His chiseled face caused the god of forgetful ruins to gasp in surprise. You are the true genius of this era. As an emissary, not many have been able to challenge a half-ancestor. You are qualified to become the leader of the Heavenly Gate. Unfortunately, you will have to die here. As he spoke, a mountain appeared above his head and pressed down on Qingping. The witch spirit god laughed strangely. He didn't attack Qingping. Instead, he was arranging something. Undying God shook his head and sighed. Another genius is about to fall. I should cry, I should cry. Ring, ring, ring. The blood-red bell rang and Qingping glared at the ancient god. You won't be able to suppress me. So what if you're challenging someone of a higher realm than you? Nobody can suppress me without using their true body. The crack in the scale grew bigger and bigger, but it was unable to completely shatter. The ancient god's ghostly eyes stared at Qingping. I have to admit that you are indeed a genius, comparable to Xiaoshang and Kujia of the same generation. However, it all ends here. He then raised his right arm and jabbed out with his index finger. It pierced through the void and pierced through Qingping's body, causing blood to splash across the starry sky. There was blood at the corner of Qingping's mouth. His cold eyes changed. His pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. Behind him, an illusory divine eagle appeared. The 7 heavenly gods were shocked. Mother Tree Godly Hulk? Along with the cry of the divine eagle, Qingping's pupils changed completely, becoming like the eyes of an eagle. A terrifying aura soared into the sky. The scale that was originally cracked suddenly recovered. Cracks appeared on the surface of the ancient god's body as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had been judged. The god of forgotten ruins was shocked. It was already terrifying for an emissary to challenge a half-martial ancestor, but to be able to fight against an ancient god's half-martial ancestor incarnation was unimaginable. The ancient god was the head of the 7 heavenly gods, and his strength was limitless. Since ancient times, his opponents had only been those famous figures such as Ancestor Qin, the Symbol Ancestor, and even more ancient times, the Netherworld Ancestor, the Su Ancestor, and so on. But now Qingping had appeared. However, the ancient god did not use his inner world. He had only used the Corpse King transformation battle technique, which was less than 1/10 of his true strength. Qingping fought against the ancient gods, and the Adjudicator world faced a massacre. The undying god sighed in regret as he slaughtered madly, causing the Judgment world to turn blood red. Your Excellency, head judge. Qingping looked over and saw the shadow of death being torn to pieces. Qingping's expression did not change, but his eyes were extremely cold. Your head judge can't even protect himself. The god of forgotten ruins slammed his palm towards Qingping, and mountains came crashing down. Behind Qingping, the godly eagle spread its wings. I know what you want. Destroy it. After saying this, it did not attack the ancient gods and the 7 sky gods. Calm. Qingping ignored the ancient god's attack. He raised his hand and said, "Skyless." As soon as he said this, the darkness that had enveloped him suddenly dispersed. The space around him shattered and the judgment world was completely destroyed. The ancient god's palm landed on Qingping's forehead, but his attention was not on Qingping. Instead, it was on the shattered black crystal and the liquid bubbles. The undying god, the forgetful ruins god, and the shaman spirit god all looked towards the depths of the great world and saw the bubble shatter. They saw the drop of red liquid being exposed in the starry sky. In that instant, even the 7 heavenly gods had a change in expression. Everything happened too quickly for them to stop. They did not expect Qingping to break the black crystal even at the cost of his life. Any normal person would have dodged the ancient god's attack, but Qingping did not. "He's exposed," the undying god muttered. The ancient god clenched his fists. The scale disappeared from under his feet. He watched Qingping's body fall and wanted to give him another palm. He had underestimated this person. Suddenly, Qingping opened his eyes. The injury he thought would kill him disappeared as the ancient god retreated. This was the plan's secret word, realm of repentance. He thought the ancient god would continue to attack, but strangely the ancient god did not move. The other 7 gods did the same. They just stared at the depths of the judgment world. The judgment world was shattered and the realm mountains were shaking. There was a drop of red liquid there. The next moment, the ordinary-looking drop of liquid stopped in the starry sky. Then an unimaginable scene appeared. The astral source universe distorted and boiled. The drop of liquid absorbed the astral source universe frantically, forming a vortex that distorted the entire judgment world and everything that was visible to the naked eye. Qingping could not believe it. This absorption speed far surpassed his own and even Elder Chan's. How was this possible? This speed should be comparable to a progenitor's absorption speed. The judgment world distorted the realm mountains and the Neoverse starry sky. In the Neoverse, endless astral source universe flowed toward the realm mountains and was absorbed by the drop of liquid. Although it was just a drop of liquid, it seemed to contain the starry sky. Countless people looked up, unable to understand what was happening. In the 7 courts, Xiaji suddenly stood up. The speed. Could a progenitor be born? The Sirius sect, Aurora stronghold, home of the gods, and others all looked in the direction of the realm mountains. The ancestral turtle that belonged to the Mavis clan also turned to look at the realm mountains. No one noticed that its originally dull expression had changed. It had become complicated and aggrieved, as if it had sensed something. The judgment world was completely shattered and exposed above the realm mountains. The sorcerer spirit god shouted, "Ready." The ancient god looked deeply at Qingping. "You personally destroyed your human race, so the plan has been brought forward." The ancient god then disappeared and reappeared not far from the sorcerer spirit god. The sorcerer spirit god had been preparing a sourcebox array all this time, a teleportation array that could traverse long distances. It was similar to the one that the Elysium Heavenly Master had prepared, and it could traverse the void. Beneath Qingping's feet, the scale extended in an attempt to prevent them from leaving. The ancient god wanted to wait for Elder Chan to return so that he could destroy the 7 gods in one fell swoop. The scale was blocked by the sorcerer spirit god. "Kid, I'll play with you. Kikik." There was blood at the corner of Qingping's mouth, and he looked at the ancient god with resentment. The forgetful ruins god and the undying god had disappeared under the teleportation array. Just as the ancient god and the others left, Elder Chan appeared. He looked at the liquid that was crazily absorbing the astral source and his face went pale. What was that? The sorcerer spirit god saw Elder Chan appear and felt helpless. This incarnation is going to be gone again. It's very difficult to obtain a half-ancestor incarnation. How troublesome. He then exploded without waiting for Elder Chan to act. Elder Chan and Qingping looked at each other. What's going on? Qingping looked at the liquid that was crazily absorbing the astral source. I don't know. The ancient god said that the plan has been brought forward. Elder Chan was confused. What plan? He was the ruler of the 5th mainland and he controlled the Hall of Honor. However, the 7 gods were all progenitors, and they were all incredibly ancient progenitors at that. Their plans were not something that ordinary people could detect. The Neo-Human Alliance had been in the 5th mainland for so many years, so Elder Chan and the others naturally knew that they had a goal in mind. They had originally thought that progenitor Hui had plotted against them, allowing the fifth mainland to escape. Who would have thought that they still had a plan? At that moment, the astral source universe of the Neoverse was boiling. If the entire universe was compared to the sea, then the liquid on the realm mountain was the eye of the sea, and it was crazily absorbing the seawater. Elder Chan tried to stop it by attacking the liquid, but it was useless. At the same time, the undying god appeared in the Neoverse Black Street. This was where all the trash in the Neoverse gathered, and it was also where the brothels were located. Endless amounts of trash had been piled up in space for an unknown period of time. The undying god raised his hand, and the pile of trash that was large enough to bury an entire planet parted to reveal a black crystal. He casually waved his hand and the black crystal shattered, along with the liquid bubbles. The liquid floated in space and then began to crazily devour the astral source. The Neoverse appeared in two different directions and began to devour the astral source. Ming Yan looked into the distance and saw the liquid devouring the astral source. What was that? The ancient god used a teleportation array to appear in another location in the cosmic sea. He raised his hand and pressed down, causing a black crystal to appear in the depths of the sea. He frowned as he looked at the black crystal. He then waved his hand and the black crystal shattered to reveal the liquid bubbles. It's too hasty, but it should work. With a bang, the bubble shattered and the liquid slowly floated. The void distorted as the endless astral source was absorbed by the liquid, and a gale engulfed the entire cosmic sea. Outside the fifth pagoda, Lu Yefei walked out and looked in that direction in shock. What's going on? Only those who had cultivated to the astral realm could sense the changes in the astral source universe. In the outer verse, in the future weave, a black crystal was also shattered by the Forgotten Ruins god. In the Neoverse, the cosmic sea and the outer verse, a liquid appeared that was devouring the astral source at a frenzied pace. It was as if three progenitors were absorbing the astral source from the astral source universe. An Huang and the others naturally sensed the changes in the fifth mainland, but they did not understand what was happening. When cultivators cultivated, they absorbed star energy, and when they broke through to become an emissary, they absorbed astral source. This was common knowledge. The astral source universe was like the sky to cultivators, but now that sky had suddenly collapsed. This was different from when the sixth mainland had changed its sky. No matter what the sixth mainland did, it could not do anything to the astral source universe. But at this moment, An Huang and the others sensed that something was amiss. The astral source universe was actually boiling and being drawn in. This was just the beginning. The technocracy was very far away from where the liquid had appeared, and only An Huang and the other half-ancestors sensed it. The other emissaries did not. But an hour later, a liquid appeared in the western weave of the outer verse and started devouring astral source. Next, liquid appeared in the innerverse chaos flow zone to the north. Another liquid appeared in the cosmic sea. Liquid appeared in the technocracy, and it was not far from where An Huang and the others were. They hurried over to check it out. Liquid appeared in the astral wilderness. Liquid appeared everywhere in the fifth mainland, and it covered the entire universe as it absorbed astral source. Even the emissaries could sense it, let alone the half-ancestors. What is that? The speed at which it absorbs astral source is comparable to a progenitor's. Xiada was shocked. An Huang's expression turned ugly as she tried to absorb the astral source, but none entered her body. All of it had been absorbed by the liquid. She also tried to attack the liquid, but it was useless. Her attacks did not cause any damage to the liquid. Try absorbing the astral source. Wang Xi and the others immediately tried. It's no use. We can't snatch it away. Thank you. Your beauty no longer belongs to me. Thanks to the brothers of Rainy Night Vision for their support. Thanks for your support, brothers. Chapter 2006. White Old Ghost frowned. Something's not right. From the looks of it, this should be the handiwork of the Eternals. What are they up to? An Huang said in a low voice. Why would an emissary suffer a backlash from absorbing stellar sources during her cultivation? Why is there an origin tribulation? Because the astral source universe doesn't want to absorb too much astral source. Many people have tried to study the astral source universe, and the conclusion they reached is that the astral source universe has a fixed amount of astral source and it's not endless. Are you saying that the liquid wants to drain the star source universe? Xiada was shocked. An Huang nodded. That's very likely. Once the stellar source universe is sucked dry, what will happen to the cultivators? This wasn't just an astral source. It was also star energy. Star energy came from an astral source, and without an astral source, how could humans cultivate? Even we will run out of astral sources one day, so what's the difference between us and ordinary people? Old White Ghost said hoarsely. And Huang looked in the direction of the human domain. Something big has happened. Hurry and report this to the Patriarch. The fifth continent was in chaos. A total of 16 drops of liquid were scattered across the fifth continent, madly devouring stellar sources. Elder Chan and the others had also guessed the Eternal's intentions, but there was nothing they could do. The only thing they could do was hope that the progenitors could destroy the liquid. Outside the Starfall Sea, the Martial Ancestor and Blood Ancestor were in an unprecedented battle. Wuxian had suppressed both progenitors by himself to the point that they were unable to catch their breath. Earlier, the Sixth Mainland's 3 progenitors had to join forces to stop Wuxian, but now the 2 of them were unable to stop him at all. They were also aware of what had happened in the Fifth Mainland, but Wuxian's attack had left them with no time to care about it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Secret Ancestor broke through the 2's obstruction and rushed into the fifth continent. With the power of the progenitor realm, it was enough to sweep through the entire fifth continent. Just as Secret Ancestor charged into the fifth continent, an unimaginable force descended, not only knocking him back, but also shattering half of his body. The martial progenitor and the blood progenitor were shocked. They didn't see who did it, but they could guess who it was. Blacklist God's expression changed. So what if you can block this place? Let's see how long you can last, old thing. He then retreated. The martial progenitor and the blood progenitor let out a sigh of relief. They still could not see anyone, but they knew who it was. In the distance, Mr. Mu gazed at the starry river. This is the plan of chaos. In the end, it's still too late. After saying that, Lu Yin's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the northern part of Chaos Flow Zone, which was closest to him. He looked at the drop of liquid that was within his reach, but even he could not destroy it. A tiny drop of liquid had the power to bury a human being. The 16 drops of liquid frantically absorbed the star source, and as time passed, even the Limiters and Melders began to feel that something was amiss. They could no longer easily absorb star energy, and it felt like a normal person who had arrived on a planet with very little oxygen and was unable to breathe. Under such circumstances, countless corpse kings appeared from all over and began to attack the humans. In Universe Ocean, on an island not far from Ocean Abyss, several children were laughing and playing. This place used to be desolate and very few outsiders came here. However, with the construction of the fifth pagoda, this island had become a material transfer center. In just a few months, it had become extremely prosperous. All the major businesses had set up branches here, and there was even an auction house. Everyone on the island saw the light at the end of the tunnel. They were sure that the future would be beautiful. However, when pairs of scarlet vertical eyes appeared, that beautiful feeling was destroyed and torn apart. What replaced it was a blood-red sky. There was a large world on this island that was home to countless corpse kings from the Neo-Human Alliance. There were many such large worlds on the fifth mainland. Even though the 7 heavenly gods had been destroyed, the Hall of Honor had joined forces with the major powers of the fifth mainland. They had suppressed the Neo-Human Alliance and caused them to suffer heavy losses. Bai Wuxian had no choice but to take action, which led to the Astral Beast domain invading the human domain. However, the Neo-Human Alliance's true foundation was these great worlds. Countless corpse kings appeared and charged towards the fifth pagoda. They were led by several corpse kings with power levels in the hundreds of thousands, and they all punched at the fifth pagoda. Lu Yi appeared and blocked the fifth pagoda. Lu Yi looked into the distance and was stunned. Where did so many corpse kings come from? Be careful, it's very difficult to absorb the astral source, Fei Hua warned. Lu Yi sighed. This is going to be difficult. We can't replenish the astral source. This is the first time we've encountered such a situation. Be careful. Fei Hua nodded. An arrow was shot into the distance by brute force. His arrow hit the corpse king without missing, but it only caused the corpse king to pause for a moment. The corpse king casually brushed aside the arrow and continued to charge towards the fifth pagoda. Brute force shouted, "Prepare for battle." This was only the cosmic sea. Corpse kings appeared everywhere in the innerverse and outerverse. A war of unprecedented scale erupted without warning. Before this, no one had expected such a war to break out. The Neo-Human Alliance had remained hidden for many years. Although they were extremely dangerous, they had never directly clashed with the human domain. Now they had finally made their move. The endless corpse kings were like a dark cloud that covered the entire human domain. In the astral beast domain in the celestial beast empire, a woman requested an audience with the emperor. Xinyu, what is it? The emperor asked gently. The woman's name was Xinyu, and although she looked young, she was actually from the same generation as Zhou Xian. She had the power of an emissary with a power level of 600,000, and she was a human who had joined the astral beast domain. Greetings, Your Majesty. Are you aware of the upheaval in the human domain? Xinyu asked respectfully. The emperor frowned. I know, but I don't know how the Eternals did it. They're actually devouring astral sources. His voice was calm, but he could not hide his worry. Many astral beasts cultivated by absorbing astral sources, and he was afraid that the Eternals would use this method on the astral beast domain. Xinyu looked at the emperor. Your Majesty, are you worried that the Eternals will use this method on the astral beast domain? The emperor was about to speak when he suddenly paused. He looked deeply at Xinyu. What are you trying to say? Xinyu respectfully replied, Your Majesty, it's time to attack the human domain. The emperor's eyes narrowed. My astral beast domain has been trying to invade the human domain for countless years. Commander Zhou Xian had already reached his limit when he attacked the central weaves of the outerverse. Now we can take advantage of this opportunity to occupy the human domain. Without astral sources, the humans won't be able to withstand a single blow. The emperor stood up and approached Xinyu, watching her calmly. Xinyu lowered her head slightly in fear. When you first joined the Celestial Beast Empire, I found it strange, but you haven't acted strangely even after so many years. I originally thought that you were a spy sent by the human domain, but it seems that I was wrong. Xinyu smiled. Since I've betrayed the human domain, I won't turn back. Then who do you represent? The emperor shouted as he stared at Xinyu. Xinyu's heart skipped a beat, and the emperor's aura caused her to panic. She hurriedly knelt down. The Neo-Human Alliance. The emperor was not surprised. Did the Neo-Human Alliance send you to join the Celestial Beast Empire? Yes. Xinyu did not hide anything. My goal. To be a bridge. They only sent me as a messenger. Xinyu said. The emperor looked at her. Did the Neo-Human Alliance send you to say this as well? Xin replied, yes, but these are my heartfelt words. The human domain is nothing without its astral source. If the astral beast domain attacks now, it will be successful. The emperor fell silent for a moment. You may leave. Xin gulped and respectfully retreated. Just as she was about to leave, a figure walked in. It was Imperial Tutor Skyminder. Xin bowed to the Imperial Tutor. Imperial Tutor Skyminder walked past her and took a step forward. Xin's body trembled and then exploded, blood spraying everywhere. The emperor looked at Imperial Tutor Skyminder. Why did you kill her? Imperial Tutor Skyminder calmly replied, she wanted to use the Celestial Beast Empire. She deserved to die. The emperor shook his head. He's right. Attacking the human domain now will be successful. Imperial Tutor Skyminder looked at the emperor seriously. Your Majesty, have you forgotten what we've been waiting for? The emperor wearily replied, we've waited for too long. We still have to wait. This isn't about you, nor is it about me. It's about the fourth mainland. This is the fourth mainland's long-cherished wish. How can we be bewitched by the Eternals? Your Majesty, have you forgotten your ancestors? Have you waited for so many years just to destroy a mere human domain? Imperial Tutor Skyminder barked. The emperor smiled bitterly. There's no need to be like this, Imperial Tutor. I understand. Don't worry, the Celestial Beast Empire will not interfere. Besides, we also need the human domain to resist the Eternals. Outside the technocracy, spacecraft after spacecraft appeared. They were all cultivators from the Astral Tree Expeditionary Force. They had not been waiting for a war with the human domain. Instead, they had been waiting for a war against the Corpse Kings. Lu Yin had not expected the outside world to change so drastically in such a short time. He had tried to absorb astral sources, but it was very difficult. The technocracy also had a similar liquid that was frantically devouring astral sources. To the human domain, once the astral source universe was sucked dry, it would be the end of the world. Lu Yin was still fine since he could use death qi, but what about the ordinary cultivators? How could they resist the corpse kings? Once they ran out of star energy, there was no way to replenish it unless they used star crystals or star essences. This was the most despairing situation. Countless corpse kings filled the universe, but Ni Huang and the others did not act. They could simply leave these corpse kings to the expeditionary force as training. More importantly, they wanted to bring them out of the Genesis Court first. Elder Chan's words were not without reason. If the Genesis Court was really related to the Eternals, then leaving the expeditionary force there would only be more danger. Lu Yin replaced Wang Dashui and did not display too much of a performance. In the distance, Wang Si found it strange that Wang Su and Wang Yi had disappeared. Had the Genesis Court captured them? Old White Ghost was also pondering this question. Lu Xiaoge and Yu Qin had disappeared as well. Although the Neo-Human Alliance had a large number of corpse kings, they were still no match for the entire human domain. They were more like consumables that consumed the human cultivator's star energy or astral sources. Many people no longer acted as freely as they had in the past. They could not easily replenish their star energy, so their attacks were restrained. Many people were killed in this manner. The sixth mainland's half-ancestor Navagraha went to the Starfall Sea to seek an audience with the martial ancestor, hoping that the martial ancestor could destroy the liquid. However, he was disappointed as even a progenitor could not destroy the liquid. For several days, Lu Yin replaced Wang Dashui in fighting against the Neo-Human Alliance. Chapter 2007. Emperor Ni and the other half-progenitors searched the Genesis Court for clues about the Eternals' collusion, while Xiada kept an eye on the new sky corridor. They had thought that the fifth mainland would rest after dealing with the corpse kings from the Neo-Human Alliance, giving them time to think of a way to destroy the liquid. However, the Starfall Sea changed drastically. The corpse god, one of the seven sky gods, had appeared, but he was not a half-progenitor. Instead, he was a corpse god in his true form, just like He Wuxian. His progenitors might spread throughout the universe, and he used his massive body to forcibly widen the gap between the Starfall Sea and the fifth mainland. The Eternals launched a large-scale attack on the fifth mainland. The first to bear the brunt of the attack were the armies of the fifth and sixth mainlands that had been stationed at the border of the Starfall Sea. An endless number of corpse kings charged in, bringing with them slaughter and despair. Aside from the ordinary corpse kings, there were no less than 5 half-progenitors. One of them was a human while the other was an astral beast. The appearance of 5 half-progenitor corpse kings overturned the situation of the Eternals in the fifth mainland, especially since the corpse god was blocking the entrance to the Starfall Sea. Not even the martial progenitor and blood progenitor could break through his body. As a result, more and more corpse kings surged in. Young Emperor Qing's scalp went numb. Many of these corpse kings were experts. In the past they would not have feared a battle, but now that the Star Source universe had been devoured, they had no way to replenish their astral sources. Once they ran out of astral sources, they could only wait for death. He could not accept such a death and he wanted to flee. Not too far away, Shigu shouted, "Young Emperor Qing, fleeing in the face of battle is a traitor." Young Emperor Qing glared angrily at him. "You don't want to die either. Wait until the Star Source universe recovers. Do you want us to die for nothing?" Shigu roared, "This is our responsibility." Although he had colluded with Director Tsong Ying and had his own plans as the commander of the expeditionary army, his responsibility always came first. This was also why the board of directors and Elder Chan had allowed him to continue as the commander. They trusted Shigu, and no matter what his character was, he was still the commander. Young Emperor Qing was helpless. The corpse king in front of him punched out and its eyes turned gray. A corpse king. Young Master Qing was most afraid of encountering this kind of corpse king. It was already difficult to deal with this kind of corpse king, so how could she break through its defense? With a loud bang, Qing Shaohuang was punched in the right shoulder, and his body was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned ugly. How unlucky. The astral chi vortex was in his right shoulder and he was hit by a punch. Almost a third of the astral chi in his body had leaked out and he might as well use it all up. With that thought in mind, the two-headed centipede appeared and charged at the corpse king. The corpse king was entangled by the double-headed centipede's body, and its venom pierced into its body. However, the venom was useless against the corpse king. Young Master Qing's stellar source was constantly depleting as she panted heavily. Looking off into the distance, the expeditionary army was constantly being whittled down. The explorers, cruisers, and hunters were dying one after another as they fought against the Corpse King. This was only the tip of the iceberg of the war outside the Starfall Sea. Even further away, countless imprints from the Sixth Mainland were constantly disappearing. The disappearance of one imprint represented the death of a cultivator, and spacecraft continued to explode. Technology was not very useful in this sort of war, and the explosion of a spacecraft meant that many people had died. In the starry sky, corpses piled up like an ocean. A gray dot pierced through the sky. This was Shigu's final attack. It pierced through an emissary Corpse King's body, but it was still unable to kill it. The Corpse King stepped forward, grabbed Shigu's body and exerted force. Xigu screamed as the expeditionary army cultivators rushed over, but they were still unable to save him. Without his astral chi, he was like a child against the Corpse King, and his body was torn in half. Young Master Qing's eyes flickered. His face was deathly pale. He did not want to die here, not because he was afraid of death but because it was not worth it. He had cultivated for so many years, but if he died here because he did not have his astral chi, it would not be worth it. The two-headed centipede screamed as its body was torn apart by the Corpse King. Young Master Qing gritted his teeth and turned to leave. He could not die here. He wanted to leave, but the Corpse King had no intention of letting him go. Its gray eyes changed once again, and this time it turned green. Its physical strength increased tenfold and its speed increased at the same time. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of young Master Qing. Young Master Qing was shocked when he saw the green eyes in front of him vanish. The next moment his abdomen was pierced through, and his head shattered as his corpse floated into the air. The Corpse King did not hesitate to find its next target. After the Corpse King left, young Master Qing's head recovered. It was the life-extending butterfly that had died in his place. Fortunately, the Corpse King had not destroyed the astral chi vortex on his shoulder, so he still had the ability to escape. He had to escape from this battlefield. Just as he stood up, his head fell off again. An unknown slash had appeared out of nowhere and pierced through the astral universe. Whether it was cultivators, Corpse Kings, or stars, they were all cut down. Young Master Qing was no exception. Even though the life-extending butterfly had given him an extra life, young Master Qing had still died on this battlefield. This was only the tip of the iceberg, and countless lives had been lost. Emissaries from the Fifth and Sixth Mainlands were dying at every moment, constantly depleting the human strength. Meanwhile, the Corpse Kings were still endless. At the border of the technocracy, Lu Yin and the rest retreated under Old White Host's protection. Up ahead, Old White Ghost was fighting two demi-ancestor Corpse Kings by himself. This was Lu Yin's first time seeing demi-ancestor Corpse Kings outside of the 7 Sky Gods and the 12 Marquises. Just how many experts did the Eternals have? Old White Ghost could not withstand the attacks of two demi-ancestor Corpse Kings at all. One of the Corpse Kings had already used the Green Eyes transformation, and if it increased its power by another level, Old White Ghost would definitely not be able to hold on. Lu Yin had not expected the situation to develop to this point. The Eternals were invading on a large scale. Did the humans have any hope? An Ai Huang arrived, and at the same time, an astral beast appeared in the distance. Its roar caused the stars to change color, and the originally dark sky turned golden. Everyone retreat. Wang Shang barked as he led the expeditionary army from the astral trees back to the technocracy. "Elder, where are we going?" someone asked. Wang Shang answered, "Return to the astral trees immediately." Lu Yin was stunned and he subconsciously asked, "What about here?" Wang Shang glanced at him. "This is a matter for the abandoned wasteland. We can't stay here and wait for death." Lu Yin's expression sank as he looked into the distance. Although he did not know how many Corpse Kings had entered, Elder Chan and the rest had not come to deal with the demi-ancestor Corpse Kings. They were definitely attacking somewhere else. In other words, An Ai Huang and the rest were helping Elder Chan and the rest share some of the pressure from the Eternals. If they left, then this place would be in trouble. The Sixth Mainland only had 3 demi-ancestors, so the astral beast domain could not possibly help. No, An Ai Huang and the rest could not leave. Wang Shang left and headed to the rear of the expeditionary army to defend against any Corpse Kings that might appear. This place was very close to the technocracy, which was equivalent to the border. The corpse kings had no intention of charging into the technocracy, so the expeditionary army was very safe. Lu Yin took out his gadget and contacted Wang Wen. Wang Wen shouted, "Your Highness chess piece, you've finally appeared. This is troublesome. I received news that the Starfall Sea has been broken, and the Eternals have invaded." Lu Yin replied, "I know. Assemble immediately. Gather the Great Eastern Alliance's army and return to the blazing mist flow zone." The army has already been assembled. It was originally meant to deal with the Astral Tree Expeditionary Army, but Wei Rong has already provoked many powers to hate the four cardinal scales. Now all our efforts have been for nothing. Wang Wen was helpless. "How's the fifth pagoda?" "I've contacted them. They're stable for now. Now we just need to see if the Starfall Sea's border can withstand the Eternals' attack." The possibility of that happening was not high, since the Eternals wanted to launch a large-scale attack and had even revealed the liquid that could drain the Astral Source universe. They would not give up so easily. Lu Yin did not have time to chat with Wang Wen, so he immediately contacted Ming Yan. "Yan head to the blazing mist flow zone immediately." "Got it, Brother Lu," Ming Yan replied bluntly. She knew how serious the situation was. "Right, Brother Lu, there are demi-ancestors fighting over here." Lu Yin was shocked. "Are you alright? Hurry up and leave." "Yes, don't worry. I'm fine. I'll leave immediately." Lu Yin ended the call. Sure enough, the 7 sky gods and the new corpse kings were enough to deal with the human domain's demi-ancestors. Fenai Huang and the rest left, then the power would not be equal. He could not let Anai Huang and the others leave. This was a disaster for the entire human race, not just the fifth mainland. If the four-way scales wanted to form an expeditionary force to kill him, then they would have to deal with the Eternals first. Lu Yin sent a message to Elder Chan and Kue Luo. He then looked at the various spacecraft carrying the expeditionary force and clenched his fists. "Sorry, let's all go down together." "Fatty Wang, come and get some water," a cultivator from the Wang family shouted from afar. The cultivators all had relaxed expressions, as they did not care about the fifth mainland's calamity. In fact, if Lu Yin had not fled to the fifth mainland, they would not even know what was in the abandoned wastelands. To them, this place was just a wasteland. Lu Yin smiled. "All right." He then walked over to the Wang family cultivator and poured him a cup of water. "Not bad. Go and get us some water," the cultivator said. The spacecraft was getting closer and closer to the technocracy. Lu Yin said, "I'll pour a cup for the elder first." "Oh, smart. Go ahead." Lu Yin walked over to the Wang family elder, who was the strongest person besides Wang Shang and had the strength of a third tribulation cultivator. The elder frowned impatiently. "No need. Move aside." Lu Yin walked over to him. "Elder, do you hate Lu Xiaoxian?" Everyone looked over in surprise, not understanding why Wang Dashui would ask such a question. The elder looked at Lu Yin strangely as well. "Why do you ask?" Lu Yin smiled. "That depends on how much strength I use." "What?" The elder did not understand. Lu Yin then disappeared and the elder fell unconscious. Wang Shang had gone to the back to protect them. The strongest person on the spacecraft was this elder with 3 tribulations, but he was useless against Lu Yin and was easily knocked unconscious. Following that, Lu Yin knocked out all of the Wang family cultivators on the spacecraft and threw them into Mount Supreme. At that moment it began to rain on Mount Supreme and one person after another fell down. Wang Dashui stared blankly at the person who had fallen in front of him. "Elder?" Then one person after another appeared above his head. They were all cultivators from the Wang family. Lu Xiaoge was stunned. Had Lu Yin gone crazy? What was he doing? No one understood what Lu Yin was doing and all they could do was stare blankly at the sky. Chapter 2008. This ship was empty and Lu Yin went to the next one. His luck was really good. The Xia family's 6th tribulation elder had stayed behind like Wang Shang. Lu Yin pretended to be that elder from the Wang family, found the Xia family's elder, knocked him out and threw him into Mount Supreme. Yuchen Wang Su Wang Yi and the rest recognized him. This time it was the Xia family. Xia Taili was sprawled on the ground in an unsightly posture, and Luo Zhong had not escaped either. It was only Xia Luo that Lu Yin recognized, but there was no time to catch up since they were all going to be locked up. Strangely, Xia Shenfei wasn't there and Long Tian didn't seem to see him either. Didn't he say that everyone was here? Not long after, it was the White Dragon clan's turn. They didn't send a sixth tribulation expert, only Long Kuei. Long Quan should have been there, but unfortunately he was dead. Long Kuei crashed into Mount Supreme and looked around blankly. You woke up pretty quickly. The others haven't woken up yet. Wang Dashui was surprised. Lu Xiaoga smiled. This is Elder Long Kuei from the White Dragon clan. He's on good terms with Lu Yin. Long Kuei was confused. What Lu Yin? Where is this? Wang Dashui obviously knew Long Kuei and had interacted with him more than once. Long Kuei was stunned. You were all captured by Long Seven? It's Lu Xiaoxian, Wang Su said coldly. She wasn't in a good mood. She had been tricked by Lu Yin in the ruler realm, and she had been captured not long after coming out. It was too embarrassing. Fortunately, that person was Lu Xiaoxian, one of the 7 heroes. Long Kuei was speechless and smiled bitterly. The great expeditionary army wanted to kill Lu Xiaoxian, but in the end they were all captured by him. What a joke. 7th bro is amazing. Fatty Wang said that no one can fight against him. Wang Dashui roared, giving Long Kuei and the others a fright. Wang Yi glanced at him. He was a fence-sitter. The expeditionary army in the Astral Tree realm was made up of the 4 Sides Libras and a group of independent cultivators. The Lu family and the Nong family from the Central Plains were supposed to come, but they hadn't arrived yet. Only the 4 Sides Libras had been brought to the technocracy to train. The independent cultivators weren't qualified, so a portion of them had been sent to search for Lu Yin. Finally, it was the Bai family. This time things were a little more troublesome. Elder Xing from the Bai family had not left and was instead overseeing the spacecraft. 2 6th Tribulation Origin Stage experts were guarding the back, while Elder Xing, a 7th Tribulation Origin Stage expert, was guarding the front. This made sense, but it made things difficult for Lu Yin. Lu Yin had no way of dealing with a 7th Tribulation Origin expert, especially since the Second Night King was also present. Lu Yin did not know what the Second Night King's stance was, nor did he know if the sealed cage technique was effective. He had not seen the Second Night King's reaction. Lu Yin was a cautious person, and anything that he wasn't clear about would be treated as something that was out of his control. If that was the case, then the frozen Immortal Sex flying ship would have Elder Xing, who had undergone 7 origin tribulations, as well as the Second Night King, whose strength was close to that of a half-martial ancestor. How would he deal with him? Perhaps even the Second Night King would recognize him. He then took out the candle that he had obtained from the Violet God and lit it up. Above his head was the egg that Celestial Doe had given him, and he grabbed the river Styx with one hand. To his left was the time-withering wood. After taking a look, Lu Yin relaxed. With his current equipment, even a half-ancestor would not be able to easily catch him. When he thought of this, he reverted to his original appearance and looked outside the spacecraft, his eyes turning into runes. Boom! The spacecraft exploded. In the distance, Wang Shang and the Xia family's elder were shocked and hurriedly looked over. Lu Yin sat within the spacecraft and smiled brightly at Wang Shang through the shattered hull. Wang Shang stared blankly at Lu Yin, his mouth hanging open. Lu Xiaoxian? The Xia family's elder was confused. Lu Xiaoxian? Him? Wang Shang's expression turned from confusion to ice. Lu Xiaoxian, why are you here? He waved his hand and a gale tore the spacecraft apart. Not a single cultivator from the Wang family could be seen. At the same time, the frigid Immortal Sex spacecraft stopped in front of Lu Yin. Elder Xing and the other cultivators from the frigid Immortal sect looked behind them. Lu Yin turned around and smiled at them. Long time no see, everyone. I heard that you were looking for me? The starry sky was silent as everyone stared at Lu Yin in a daze. They could not understand what was happening. Why was Lu Xiaoxian here? And where was the Wang family? Where were the Xia family and the White Dragon clan? Where had they all gone? Within the frigid Immortal Sex spacecraft, Stoneheart stared at Lu Yin, full of battle intent. He had once made an agreement with Lu Xiaoxian that he would never break through to the Second Origin Tribulation, but that was only if Lu Xiaoxian died. Now that Lu Yin's identity had been exposed, Stoneheart was no longer restricted. After his battle with Lu Yin in the top realm, he had easily broken through and was now at the Third Origin Tribulation. He could not wait to fight Lu Yin again. Not far from Stoneheart, someone stared blankly at Lu Yin's smiling face. His entire body turned cold, and a fear that came from the bottom of his heart made him tremble. It's him, it's him. It's really him. Zhou Xian is still alive. Why isn't he dead? The second Night King was indeed in the spacecraft, and when he saw Lu Yin's smiling face, he knew that everything was set in stone. After following Lu Yin for so long, the second Night King understood him very well. Since he had shown himself and smiled like that, the situation was definitely under his control. At the very least, nothing would happen to him. The second Night King's eyelids twitched when he saw the equipment around Lu Yin's body. The Styx River, the time-withering wood, and that candle that could unleash attacks with rune lines that were similar to his own strength. These were all top-notch external items, and there was also the futon under his butt. If anything went wrong, he could just sit down and disappear. Who could deal with that? He was too cautious. After a brief moment of silence, Lu Yin spoke up first. Aren't you all looking for me? Since I'm here, I'll be your coolie. The fifth mainland is far away and the stars are boundless, so there's no need to trouble you all. Lu Yin will take care of everything. I'll bring the Wang family, Xia family and White Dragon clan on a tour of the fifth mainland. His words woke Wang Shang up and he berated, What did you do, Lu Xian? Lu Yin smiled. Nothing much. I'm just taking these people away. His lips curled up. From right under your noses. Elder Xing suddenly attacked. He did not care about the lives of the others. Lu Xian was right in front of him, and as long as he killed him he would gain a great merit. The sect would definitely think of a way to help him break through to the half-ancestor realm. Lu Yin was on guard against Elder Xing, as the frigid Immortal sect would not care about the lives of others. The candle's flame flickered and Elder Xing pointed out a finger. However, he was pushed back by an invisible force, causing him to retreat several steps with a shocked expression. Lu Yin sneered. If you attack again, I'll destroy the Wang family, the Xia family and the White Dragon clan. Elder Xing glared and wanted to attack again. The Xia family's elder shouted, Elder Xing, please reconsider. Princess Tai Li is also with him. Elder Xing slowly relaxed his clenched fists. He did not care about the others, but Xia Tai Li was a direct descendant of the Xia family. If she died because of him, the Xia family would definitely pursue the frigid Immortal sect. Elder Xing did not know what the sect's attitude would be. Logically speaking, the sect would definitely punish him openly and reward him secretly, but he might not be able to handle the Xia family's revenge. It was not worth it. Wang Su and Wang Yi are also with you, right? Wang Shang asked in a low voice as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled but did not reply. Elder Xing sighed. Fortunately, he had not attacked. If Wang Su, Wang Yi and Xia Tai Li had all died because of him, he would be finished. It's not just them. Lu Yin looked around. Let me explain. I've also invited Long Shi and the #1 scholar Lu Hao as guests. Wang Shang's brows rose. You captured Long Shi as well? When I was training in the astral tree domain, of course, Lu Yin replied. The Xia family's elder stared at Lu Yin. Cut the crap. Lu Xian, what are you planning to do? Lu Yin looked at Elder Xing. Why? Aren't you going to attack? Elder Xing's eyes flashed coldly. How could he attack now? The direct descendants of the Wang family, Xia family and White Dragon clan were all in Lu Yin's hands, as well as the people from Xian Academy and the Lu family. If he attacked and something happened to these people, he would be in trouble. His sect would definitely want him to attack, as exchanging these people's lives for Lu Xian was worth it to the frigid Immortal sect. However, he would have to face the revenge of the three families, and even a half-ancestor would not dare to do so. It's boring talking to you all. Get a half-ancestor here. I want to have a chat with him, Lu Yin said. Wang Shang sneered. You have the guts to meet a half-ancestor? Lu Yin looked at him. Wang Si has already ambushed me so many times, but nothing has happened to me. What's there to be afraid of? Alright, then get Elder Wang Si here, Elder Xing said. Of the 4 half-ancestors, Wang Si was definitely the one who wanted to kill Lu Yin the most. Lu Yin raised his brows. I want to see Xiada. Why? The Xia family's elder was puzzled. Lu Yin sneered. Xiada seemed much better than Wang Si and Old White Ghost, and he was not as tyrannical as Anai Huang. It's Xiada. I won't meet anyone else aside from him. If you force me, I'll kill a few first. Helpless, Wang Shang and the others could only report this to Anai Huang and the others and invite Xiada over. In the distance, Ai Huang and the others had not expected Lu Yin to be right in front of them. Wang Si was so angry that he wanted to return, but he was held back by a half-ancestor corpse king. Ai Huang was fighting two people by herself and she could not split herself up. Old White Ghost was the same. From the looks of it, only Xiada could meet Lu Yin. 2 hours later, Xiada arrived and looked at Lu Yin in amazement. Zhou Xian, you're truly an absolute genius. How did you end up here? Lu Yin smiled at Xiada. Hero Xia, I've heard a lot about you. Xiada shook his head. I've met you before. Lu Yin did not understand. Xiada explained, when you were still Zhou Xian, it wasn't just me. You've met Old White Ghost and Ai Huang and Wang Si. Lu Yin nodded. That's possible, but I didn't call you here to reminisce about the past. I want to make a deal. You stay here and fight alongside the Fifth Mainland against the Everlasting Tribe. In return, I won't harm anyone that I take with me. After that, your expeditionary army can capture me, but whether or not you can capture me will depend on yourselves. Xiada shook his head. You can't stay here. You can't stop the Everlasting Tribe. Even my Cosmic Tree Society can only rely on the battlefield behind the Mother Tree and the limitless power source box array to stop the Everlasting Tribe. Otherwise, we won't be able to stop them either. Don't have any hope. If I die, these people will die as well, Lu Yin said coldly. Thanks to Brother Zhang Daming and Brother Zongheng for their support. Thanks. I've been on a business trip for the past few days. Thanks for your support. Chapter 2009. Xiada replied, I can agree to let you take your people to the Astral Tree domain and avoid this disaster. What about the others from the Fifth Mainland? Lu Yin asked. Xiada sighed. As humans, we want to save them as well, but we can't. It's already good enough that we can protect the Astral Tree domain. You should know that there were 6 continents in human history, but now only the Fifth Mainland remains. Now the Fifth Mainland is about to disappear as well. Humans are no match for the Eternals, so we can't help you. Lu Yin snapped. So many people call you Hero Xia, but you're more cowardly than anyone else. Xiada laughed. I can die to protect the Astral Tree domain, but I won't die for this wasteland. Zhou Xian, you're too naive if you think you can use those people to threaten us. Every few decades, or at most a few centuries, each family produces a new descendant. They're not that precious. Letting you escape to the Astral Tree domain is already our bottom line. Don't even think about dragging us into this war. The Astral Tree domain is humanity's last line of defense. Why did the Hui ancestor set up a limitless kinetic source box array there? Why didn't he set it up in the Fifth Mainland? Because he knew that the Fifth Mainland would be destroyed sooner or later. Lu Yin raised his head. Nonsense. The Hui ancestor didn't set it up in the Astral Tree domain, but behind the Mother Tree. You guys were the ones who dragged the Mother Tree away. Xiada replied, that's the Lu family's problem. It's your problem, not ours. Fine, you agreed to let a group of people from the Fifth Mainland hide in the Astral Tree domain. Lu Yin did not argue further. The Lu family had dominated the Fifth Mainland in the past, and only the Lu family could decide who was right and who was wrong. Xiada nodded. Alright, I can make the decision to let a group of people from the Fifth Mainland follow us to the Astral Tree domain. You can go as well. Lu Yin laughed. I'll die if I go. You'll die if you stay here. Xiada did not deny it, but he also could not promise not to cause trouble for Lu Yin on behalf of the four-way scales. In the end, the people that Lu Yin had captured were not as valuable as Xiada himself. Lu Yin sighed. In the end, I still have to die. Not long after, Lu Yin left for the Innerverse with a heavy heart. The Eternals had invaded, and the astral source universe had been devoured. The human cultivators' power had's power, and they would not be able to defend themselves. However, he would not go there from the heaven-founding courtyard, but from Jupiter. Kill Lu Yin? How could it be that easy? He wanted to hide in the starry sky of trees with the Great Eastern Alliance and find a way to make a comeback. Elder Chan and the others could only go to the Sky Genesis Court. They hoped that as many people as possible could escape and preserve the seeds of the Fifth Mainland. However, before that happened, a fierce battle was unavoidable. Elder Chan and the others could not possibly run away before the battle. Running away was the final step. The Fifth Mainland would do everything it could to resist this calamity, and so would Elder Chan. Even if he knew that he would lose and that he would have to pay with his life, he could not possibly run away before the battle. You don't want the second Night King anymore? Kuei Luo's voice rang out beside Lu Yin's ear. Kuei Luo had been the one to receive Lu Yin after he left the technocracy. Before this, Lu Yin had already informed Kuei Luo of his location in the technocracy through the wireless goo. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get here so quickly. The reason why Lu Yin had dared to negotiate with Xiada was not only because he did not fear Xiada and could escape at any time, but also because of Kuei Luo. Otherwise, even if he escaped to the Daoist sect's ruins, he would still be in the same place a month later, and he would still be guarded by the 4 half-progenitors of the cosmic tree realm. Lu Yin sighed. The second Night King wasn't really loyal to me in the first place. He was just being controlled by the cage technique. Now that he's come into contact with the Bai family, he might be controlled by them again. I'm worried. Kuei Luo thought about it and agreed. Besides, Lu Yin frowned. Back in Shamrock's headquarters he was disloyal, so I wanted to find someone to replace him. That's right. He's disloyal, so you can't use him. You need to find someone to replace him. Kuei Luo sighed, but then he felt that something was amiss. He looked at Lu Yin with an unfriendly gaze. What do you mean? You're not asking me to replace the second Night King, are you? Lu Yin felt wronged. Now why would you think that? You're a senior that I respect. Kuei Luo sized Lu Yin up and then rolled his eyes. Kid, don't try that. When this old man was playing with the 4 cardinal scales, you were still drinking milk. You're still acting? Let me tell you, don't think that I'll replace the second Night King to protect you. That's impossible. Lu Yin sighed. Senior, you're overthinking things. Humph. Kuei Luo snorted. Lu Yin was speechless. This old man was really smart, but it was his own fault for saying too much. The more powerful a bodyguard was, the better. After all, he couldn't go back to being a normal bodyguard. The flying willow flower was the second Night King, and next would be a half-ancestor. However, this old man was too shrewd, so Lu Yin had to find someone less shrewd. Where are we going now? Kuei Luo's tone was unpleasant, as he felt that Lu Yin was treating him like a bodyguard. Even when the Lu family was at its peak, Kuei Luo had never been Lu Xiaoshuan's bodyguard, let alone the current Lu Yin. At most, Kuei Luo would protect Lu Yin from time to time. Lu Yin looked towards the south. Neoverse. I need to pick someone up. No, it's too dangerous. Whether it's the Neoverse, the Cosmic Sea, or the Innerverse, there are half-ancestors fighting in the 5th mainland. I need to take you to the astral tree and preserve the Lu family's seed. Although Xiada's words weren't pleasant, they're true. We can't protect this region of space, Kuei Luo said. Lu Yin raised his head. I still have to go. I need to pick up my woman. Kuei Luo's brows raised. Lan Xian? Isn't she in the outer verse? Right, hurry up and pick her up. Don't let the 7 sky gods destroy her. It's not Lan Xian. I'm not interested in her. It's my real wife, Ming Yan. She's in the Neoverse. Wife? You're married? Not yet, but soon. Then what about Lan Xian? Don't mention Lan Xian when you see Ming Yan. Don't even mention her. I've never had anything to do with her. We've only met once. Kuei Luo felt strange and muttered to himself, You're just like your father, always looking at the pot. I remember him saying something similar back then. Lu Yin was helpless. Kuei Luo's mouth was especially unreliable. If possible, Lu Yin would definitely not want Kuei Luo to bring him to pick up Ming Yan. Kuei Luo would definitely say something, but there was no one else around. As a half-ancestor, Kuei Luo's speed was much faster than the second Night King's. They arrived at Chaos Flow Zone in the blink of an eye and passed by Chaos God Mountain. The mountain was now in ruins. It was too close to the Starfall Sea, and it had also been a battlefield. Lu Yin stared at the collapsed mountain and wondered how Qianyan was doing. He had Qianyan keep an eye on Chaos God Mountain, hoping that Qianyan would be able to escape. All of the corpse kings that the Neo-Human Alliance had hidden in the 5th mainland had erupted, causing the 5th mainland to descend into chaos. However, that was all there was to it. The Neo-Human Alliance would have been destroyed sooner or later, but things were different now. The Neo-Human Alliance's power was depleting the 5th mainland's cultivators' star energy and astral sources. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for the humans. After passing by Chaos God Mountain, Kuei Luo brought Lu Yin into the Cosmic Sea and headed towards the Neoverse. As they headed towards the Neoverse, Lu Yin tried to contact Ming Yan, but to no avail. His heart sank and he began to panic. Quick, senior, quick, 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 Lu Yin urged. Kuei Luo did not understand. What's wrong? I can't contact Mingyan. She's in the Black Street and there's a battle between half-ancestors there. Kuei Luo was shocked. A half-ancestor? That's troublesome. The shock waves from a half-ancestor battle are too widespread. He then gritted his teeth and crossed the cosmic sea as quickly as he could, heading towards the Black Street. In the eastern boundary of the new universe, a boundless pile of cosmic trash was strewn all over the place. A sharp blade slashed through the heavens, splitting the universe apart. It seemed as if the entire Neoverse was about to be severed. In the distance, the undying god looked up with a lazy expression on his face. His body did not move as the blade slashed down at him, and the blade brushed past him without causing him any harm. Your blade technique isn't bad. It has some of Xiaoxiang's shadow. The undying god walked around casually, showing no intention of attacking. However, he did not retreat either. Across from him, Xiaji gripped the hilt of his blade tightly. He knew that the 7 sky gods would be difficult to deal with. These old monsters were all characters from ancient times, and even now Xiaji did not know what kind of techniques they had. However, he had never thought that they would be so difficult to deal with. As he thought about this, the heavens turned upside down as an incomparably large blade covered the stars and ruthlessly slashed down. The undying god was helpless. What's the point? Even Xiaoxiang's blade technique is useless against me, let alone you. If he was still alive, he would definitely tell you not to use weapons against me. Xiaji's inner world combined with the 3 forms of blade intent had shaken the eastern boundary, but he still could not do anything to the undying god. Outside the eastern boundary, Kuei Luo waved his hand to disperse the blade intent. What a fierce attack! Lu Yin's eyes flashed. If this attack had been unleashed in the Black Street, how could it have been blocked? Quick, enter the Black Street, Lu Yin urged. Kuei Luo's expression was solemn as he tried his best to conceal himself. He entered the eastern boundary and headed towards the Black Street. Countless blades continued to slash down. Xiaji was determined to deal with the undying god. Lu Yin was led to Black Street by Kuei Luo, and he immediately saw that what had once been Black Street had been torn apart. The skies were filled with blade chi and countless cracks in the void had been torn open and closed repeatedly. There was no way to restore them. Above his head, the drop of liquid was constantly absorbing astral sources. Lu Yin's face was pale as his domain dispersed. He suddenly turned around and saw a brothel. It was a brothel that had been destroyed. He hurriedly rushed over and saw Mingyu lying outside, heavily injured and on the verge of death. There were corpses all around her, and the entire Black Street had been destroyed. Lu Yin paused, not daring to approach for fear of seeing Ming Yan's corpse. Kuei Luo waved his hand and the brothel was torn open, revealing scarlet bloodstains and a pale, bloodless face. It was Ming Yan. Lu Yin's pupils shrank and he quickly appeared in front of Ming Yan. He crouched down and slowly hugged her. She was cold to the touch like a corpse. She was clearly very light, but she was as heavy as a mountain. At this moment Lu Yin's mind was blank. He only knew how to look at Ming Yan, not knowing what to do or what to say. Was she dead? Chapter 2010. Kuei Luo came to Lu Yin's side and frowned. She's still breathing, but she's not far from death. Her body is filled with Xiaji's blade intent. Even the second Night King would be dead by now, but there's a strange power within her that's resisting the blade intent. I can't tell what it is, but it won't last long. She'll die in the end. Lu Yin gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. Xiaji, it was Xiaji's blade intent. He knew that Xiaji wasn't trying to kill Ming Yan on purpose. It was just collateral damage. But why here? Why the Black Street? Why did it have to be Ming Yan? Lu Yin's body trembled as he hugged Ming Yan. Right, jade. He hurriedly took out a jade from his cosmic ring and crushed it. Mr. Mu, only Mr. Mu could save her. If it's for her own good, then kill her. Every inch of her body is being ravaged by the blade intent, but she can't die. This pain is worse than death, Kuei Luo said in a low voice as he looked at Ming Yan sympathetically. Lu Yin's body trembled as he looked at Ming Yan. Even on the verge of death, Ming Yan's brows were furrowed. She was in so much pain that it broke Lu Yin's heart. Is there any way to alleviate it? Kuei Luo sighed. Unless you can freeze her injuries and the blade intent in her body to stall for time and find an absolute powerhouse, you won't be able to save her. Progenitor? Lu Yin was hopeful. Kuei Luo couldn't bear to hurt Lu Yin, but he still said, progenitors aren't omnipotent. They can't live forever and they can't make others live forever either. This child's body is being ravaged by the blade intent, and every inch of her body is being ravaged by it. Even if I'm not a progenitor, I know that an ordinary progenitor might not be able to save her. But that's for later. Even if you find an absolute powerhouse who can save her, you have to first freeze her injuries. She can only last for half an hour at most. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. Half an hour meant that Mr. Mu would come. No, he would definitely come. In his arms, Ming Yan was in agony as blood flowed from her body. Kuei Luo looked at Lu Yin. She's really in a lot of pain. If you don't have a way to freeze her injuries, then end them for her. Do you want her to die in agony? Lu Yin suddenly thought of something and put Ming Yan down. He then took out an extreme ice stone from his cosmic ring. Freeze, this was it. The Ice Empress had once told him that an extreme ice stone could freeze all injuries, even the dead. Lu Yin had not believed it at first, but after upgrading the stone a few times he had begun to believe it. This was because upgrading an extreme ice stone required too much money. If there was anything that could freeze Ming Yan's injuries, it would be the extreme ice stone. Kuei Luo looked at the extreme ice stone in Lu Yin's hand and shook his head. It's not enough. This thing won't be able to freeze the injuries of a half-ancestor. Lu Yin did not have the time to explain. He raised his hand and his die appeared. He tapped it as he could not care less about hiding it. As the die slowly came to a stop at 2, Lu Yin tapped it once more. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Kuei Luo was surprised. What's this? Your talent? You have double innate talents? Lu Yin's eyes lit up and he tossed the extreme ice stone onto the upper barrier. He then began to crazily toss star essence into the upper barrier. At that moment, Kuei Luo saw something that even a half-ancestor would find mystical. He could not describe what he was seeing. Every time the extreme ice stone landed, the chill increased slightly. The previous 7 upgrades required 400 million star essence, and the 8th cost 800 million star essence. The 9th cost 1.5 billion, the 10th cost 3 billion, and the 13th cost 30 billion star essence. When the extreme ice stone landed for the 13th time, the surrounding void froze. Kuei Luo reacted quickly and pushed the extreme ice stone towards Ming Yan. Get out of the way. Lu Yin hurriedly dodged. The moment the extreme ice stone touched Ming Yan, it formed strands of freezing air that gradually covered her and eventually froze her. Lu Yin stared at the frozen Ming Yan, and the expression on her face relaxed. Yan, Lu Yin called out. Kuei Luo replied, there's no need to shout. He can't hear you. Just like how many people are frozen, she's also frozen. This freezing force is enough to freeze the injuries of a half-ancestor. If no one breaks it open, then by the time she wakes up on her own, both you and I might have died of old age. Then she's fine? Lu Yin asked hopefully. Kuei Luo replied, of course not. It's just that her injuries are frozen. Without an absolute powerhouse to heal her, she'll die when she wakes up. Lu Yin relaxed as Mr. Mu should be able to arrive. Kuei Luo looked at Lu Yin strangely, his gaze filled with surprise, confusion. Lu Yin sensed it. What's wrong? What you just did, was that a dice? An innate gift? Kuei Luo asked in amazement. Lu Yin replied, you're mistaken. Kuei Luo's face twitched. I'm not stupid. I know. Then what was that? In outer space, a blade streaked past and slashed into the distance. A ray of light descended vertically. Lu Yin's face turned cold. If he had not arrived, that ray of light would have shattered Ming Yan. Kuei Luo moved to block it. In outer space, Xiaji and Undying God looked over at the same time and saw Kuei Luo. Undying God was astonished. There's also a half-ancestor. I think I've seen him before. Xiaji's face turned cold when he saw Lu Yin, but he did not say anything and continued to attack Undying God. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Although Xiaji had not attacked Ming Yan on purpose, as a half-ancestor he had no qualms about attacking. Almost everyone on the Black Street had died, and Xiaji had clearly been able to control the situation. He did not care about the lives of these people, and Lu Yin could not let that go. He would settle old and new grudges with Xiaji sooner or later, but now was not the time. Gradually the battle between Xiaji and Undying God moved further and further away. Lu Yin was still waiting for Mr. Mu, But even after a joss stick's worth of time, there was still no sign of him. Mr. Mu should be fighting as well. The Starfall Sea had been invaded and Mr. Mu could not sit idly by. However, he still could not stop the Eternals. The situation was more serious than Lu Yin had imagined. He had overlooked this point before, but now that he thought about it, if even Mr. Mu could not do anything, then what hope did the Fifth Mainland have? He decided to return to the Innerverse and bring everyone to Jupiter. He would think about it later. Not good, Xiaji can't hold on any longer. Kuei Luo cried out. Lu Yin looked over and saw that the boundless rune lines in the distance were constantly fading away, which represented Xiaji. Another rune line was increasing rapidly, which represented the Undying God. The Undying God's rune lines were increasing rapidly? What was going on? Kuei Luo's expression turned ugly. Xiaji underestimated the 7 sky gods. The Eternals are too ambitious. Once the 7 sky gods reveal their true strength, something will happen. What do you mean? Lu Yin asked as he put away the frozen Ming Yen. He had a bad premonition. Ever since he had started cultivating, he had gone through all of his memories regarding the Neo-Human Alliance and the Eternals, and he realized that there were some things that could not be explained. The deepest impression he had of the 7 sky gods was that after the Sovereign Tournament, the 7 sky gods had ambushed the top 10, but Elder Chan and the rest had blocked them all. At that time, Lu Yin had not thought much of it as they were all half-ancestors. What was wrong with blocking the 7 sky gods? But now that he thought about it, he felt that something was amiss. There were strong half-ancestors and weak half-ancestors. The Yao Emperor had suppressed Lan Xian by himself, and the Medicine Immortal and Old Blood Devil had teamed up. Only Kuei Luo had been able to resist them, and Kuei Luo had said that the 7 sky gods were extremely powerful. If that was the case, then how had the Fifth Mainland dealt with the 7 sky gods? Their numbers were the same. Lu Yin did not believe that the drunkard and the rest had the strength to fight against the 7 sky gods. Even though the drunkard and the rest had origin artifacts and were half-ancestors, it was impossible for all of them to reach Kuei Luo's level. Kuei Luo had cultivated in the cosmic tree realm, broken through 3 stages, and possessed an origin artifact. In particular, Lu Yin had fought with Xiaji before, and Xiaji had not given him the impression that he was as strong as Kuei Luo. Kuei Luo's gaze turned serious. Since ancient times, humans have prided themselves on their intelligence, but they are not the most intelligent. The Eternals are also intelligent since they were born from humans. Some corpse kings were even evolved from humans. Because corpse kings have lived for so long, some of their schemes are different from humans. We humans have a saying, 10 years is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. However, 10 years is 10 million times longer for a corpse king. In the distance, Xiaji's blade shattered and he continuously retreated as he shouted in disbelief. With your strength, how is this possible? How can you use 3 forms of blade intent to break through my ancestors' 3 forms of blade intent? You actually know 3 forms of blade intent? Impossible. Kuei Luo raised his head. The 7 sky gods are 7 ancient monsters that were born a long time ago. They are absolute powerhouses even in the progenitor realm. This is what your ancestor told me. Such powerhouses, even if they use the body of a half-ancestor, are not existences that ordinary half-ancestors can contend against. However, in this wasteland they continue to hide. Even in death, they only retain a portion of their strength that you believe to be true. This is because their schemes are too great, and they are so great that they do not wish to draw attention to themselves. They are so great that there is no need for them to attack this wasteland. Lu Yin stared blankly into the distance as Xiaji continuously coughed up blood. The Undying God had used 3 forms of blade intent. The true 7 sky gods are all monsters. They can arrange half-ancestor bodies in various regions of the universe. This is something that ordinary progenitors cannot do. I'm going to attack, Kuei Luo said as he stepped forward. If he did not attack, Xiaji's fate would be sealed. Although Lu Yin hated Xiaji, now was not the time for internal strife. In outer space, the Undying God had completely changed. He no longer looked lazy and ignorant as he casually rested his blade on his shoulder. I didn't want to play with you, but you woke me up. Sorry, you can die now. With that, his withered gray hair fluttered as he slashed out with his blade. It was 3 forms of blade intent, but it was also not 3 forms of blade intent. This blade intent's sharpness carried an indescribable trajectory. This blade seemed to transcend the ages and overlap with time. It was a blade from the present but also a blade from the past. This blade was unbreakable. Xiaji had cultivated 3 forms of blade intent and believed that he could rival progenitor Qin. His inner world had even formed a blade that was identical to progenitor Chen's clone. However, at this moment he was unable to block this blade that had come from an unknown time period. He could only watch as the blade descended. Suddenly, a hazy sound descended, causing the blade to become clearer. Chapter 2011. Just as the blade was about to hit Xiaji, he saw it clearly and dodged it by a hair's breadth. A gaping wound appeared on his arm and he retreated continuously. Every step he took crushed a star and tore through space. On the other side, Undying God was flabbergasted and looked to the side. Someone's in the way. Kuei Luo's expression turned solemn. That blade had been terrifying, and if not for the primogenitor's scripture, Xiaji would have been dead. The 7 gods are famous throughout the universe, but very few have actually seen you in action. I'm lucky today. Undying God rested his blade on his shoulder again and stared at Kuei Luo. Lucky indeed. The last person who forced me to use my true strength was Cuckoo. I've been in a deep slumber ever since and I've just woken up. Although I'm only a half-ancestor, it's still quite interesting. Lu Yin watched Undying God laugh maniacally. This person was like a completely different person. Did he have a split personality like Yen? Kuei Luo stared at Undying God. What's wrong with you? Are you in a deep slumber? Are you saying that the previous Undying Gods were in a deep slumber? Undying God raised his blade and pointed it at Kuei Luo. Beat me and I'll tell you. His body then turned into a blur. He was clearly retreating but he was actually advancing. This was reverse step. Lu Yin's expression changed. Reverse step? How? Undying God's reverse step was completely different from what Lu Yin had seen progenitor Chen's clone use. He didn't know how to describe it, but it was as if the universe was a photograph, and Undying God could use reverse step to read certain parts of the photograph. He had clearly appeared in front of Kuei Luo, but he had instantly reappeared behind him. Kuei Luo believed that he had plenty of battle experience, and he had been able to evade the attacks of several half-ancestors in the astral tree domain. However, when faced with reverse step, more than a dozen wounds appeared on his back. Undying God laughed maniacally. Trash. Xiaji's blade appeared above Kuei Luo's head and swept upwards in an attempt to sneak up on Undying God, but he couldn't even touch his shadow. Undying God's speed at this moment was too fast. Lu Yin couldn't believe it. This wasn't speed but time. Kuei Luo's strength, but he couldn't. No matter what technique he used, it was instantly broken. This reverse step and even Xiaji's combined efforts. Lu Yin's reverse steps. To Undying God. That was an invincible battle technique. Lu Yin was certain that progenitor Chen's reverse step had been learned from someone else. Otherwise, progenitor Chen would not have been able to use it when he was still an enlighter. This technique was related to time and it was not something that an enlighter could create. It could only be learned from someone else. However, Lu Yin had never expected that the Undying God would be able to use it as well. Who was the creator of reverse step? Kuei Luo was forced out of his inner world and trapped Undying Deity in the pond beneath the waterfall. Dragon Gate Realm, if you want to challenge me, you'll have to leap through the Dragon Gate. The Undying Deity looked up with interest. Interesting. I love breaking other people's inner worlds the most. I remember there was a guy who wanted to pass my test and used a similar inner world. I remember it was called, yes, the Heavenly Blade Realm. I shattered it with a single slash. As he spoke, he raised his saber and raised it high. The edge of the saber warped and distorted, making it impossible to see clearly. Vaguely, countless wails could be heard, as if they were the souls that had died under the saber's blade. The blade connected the heavens and the earth, crossing the Dragon Gate Realm and ascending to the heavens as it slashed down at Kuei Luo. Kuei Luo gritted his teeth and raised his hands. Dragon's Gate Realm, drown. With a whoosh, the blade stood atop the Dragon's Gate, and a crack appeared in the void that stretched out endlessly. Even Xiaji was affected by this attack and was forced to retreat. Kuei Luo panted heavily as he stared down. The Dragon's Gate Realm had still managed to block the attack. The Undying Deity's saber shattered and he looked at the hilt before looking up. If we were in that era, I would have allowed you to pass the test and observe the martial steels. Unfortunately, I'm no longer a child and you're no longer an examinee. As he spoke, strands of withered yellow hair spread out from the pond beneath his feet, growing out of the waterfall and finally growing out of the dragon's gate. It was an extremely strange and terrifying sight. Kuei Luo's face changed and he cursed inwardly. He stepped out to Lu Yin's side. "Hurry up and run, you're not his match." This was the true power of the seven sky gods. Anyone who could fight against them was someone who had left a mark in history. It was also at this moment that Lu Yin felt how powerful the desolate ancestor was. His opponent had always been the seven sky gods. Xiaji wanted to escape as well, and he regretted chasing after the undying deity. Not only had he wasted his astral source, but he had also awakened a killing god. The undying deity broke through the dragon's gate realm with the withered hair and ignored Xiaji. Instead he looked towards Kuei Luo and Lu Yin. The withered hair spread out from the heavens and surrounded the two like a giant demon. Lu Yin's scalp went numb and he took out the sticks and time wood just in case. "Hurry up and run." Kuei Luo's spiritual force spread out. It was common knowledge not to use spiritual force against a corpse king, but that was what he was best at. His spiritual force whizzed past and affected the undying deity, stopping the withered hair from spreading. Kuei Luo was shocked. How can this be? This old guy isn't a corpse king? Suddenly the heavens froze and everything turned gray. Whether it was Kuei Luo's spiritual force or the undying deity's withered hair, the rotation of the surrounding stars, or the fleeing Xiaji, everything stopped. Lu Yin was delighted. Master! Only Mr. Mu's appearance would cause such a phenomenon. As expected, Mr. Mu walked out of space and calmly looked at Lu Yin. When Lu Yin saw Mr. Mu, he hurried forward and took out the frozen Ming Yen. He begged, "Master, she's about to die. Please save her." Mr. Mu looked at Ming Yen and then at Lu Yin. "There are some paths that you have to walk on your own. I can't help you." Lu Yin's heart sank and he despaired. "Master, what do you mean? You can't save her?" He couldn't imagine who could save Ming Yen if even Mr. Mu couldn't. Mr. Mu calmly replied, "I can save her, but the situation has changed. I can't waste any energy and I can't leave any openings either." Lu Yin didn't understand. Mr. Mu sighed and for the first time he looked at Lu Yin with a gentle and appreciative gaze. "I'm very satisfied with this disciple of yours. I've told you before that everyone has their own path to walk, and you should be resolute on it. Perhaps one day you'll reach Immemorial City and stand shoulder to shoulder with some others. You'll walk towards that unknown end, but until then I can't help you." Lu Yin was confused. "Master, what Immemorial City? What are you talking about?" Mr. Mu raised his head and looked towards the west. Human development has its own rules. Regardless of whether a human flourishes or perishes, there are always inevitable factors. I rarely interfere in this process, and even when the Daoist sect was destroyed and the Lu family was exiled, I didn't intervene. But this time is different. Since he's intervened, I'll do the same." He then looked at Lu Yin again with a solemn expression. "Mr. Mu, there's a place on the continent that has been sealed by source boxes as a battlefield. Unlock it. I don't know if it's a good or bad thing for you, but it's the only way for you to resist the Eternal's invasion." Mr. Mu's words reminded Lu Yin of the place where the lockbreakers had gathered. Could it be that place? President Xiaoming and the others were all guarding that place, afraid that a powerful enemy would appear. "Master, what about Yen'er?" Lu Yin was anxious. Mr. Mu replied, "Some people are about to appear and I can't save her. You can only rely on yourself. I believe that you'll reach a level where you can save her in the future." Lu Yin was dejected. Even Mr. Mu couldn't save her, so he could only rely on himself? He put Ming Yen away, feeling weak all over. Mr. Mu suddenly turned to look at the undying god. "Stop pretending. Wuxing, I know you can hear me." Lu Yin looked up in surprise and he followed Mr. Mu's gaze to the undying god. "He can hear me?" Although Lu Yin had not met Mr. Mu many times, every time Mr. Mu appeared, no one would be able to see him, not even half-ancestors. But the undying god could? In outer space, the undying god, who should have been frozen, turned his eyes towards Mr. Mu. "So it's you." Mr. Mu calmly replied, "I warned Wu Tian back then that the child he picked up had a sinister look in his eyes and could easily walk down the wrong path. Unfortunately, he was too arrogant and perhaps he didn't want to give up on you. Not only did he nurture you, but he also made you guard the martial steels. You've been influenced by the steels for many years and in the end, You've become a disaster. You've let Wu Tian down. The Undying God grinned. This is my own path. You just told your little disciple that everyone has their own path. Mr. Mu's tone sank. You've let down the name that Wu Tian gave you. He gave you the name Wuxing not only because he wanted you to overcome the side effects of your innate gift and wake up, but also because he wanted you to rid yourself of the evil in your heart and become a clear-headed person. Unfortunately, in the end you still turned into a monster. If Wu Tian was here he would be disappointed. You talk too much. The Undying God was disdainful. Mr. Mu casually waved his hand, and the Undying God's body turned to ash and disappeared. Even a powerful half-ancestor was nothing more than an ant in front of Mr. Mu. After destroying the Undying God, Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin. The 7 sky gods all have very ancient origins and they are not simple at all. This is just one of his half-progenitor corpses. The true 7 sky gods are comparable to progenitor Qin, the talisman ancestor, and the others that you know of. The reason why the Starfall Sea could not be defended was because of the corpse god's appearance. Once his true body appeared, even I would find it difficult to break through. Lu Yin's gaze changed and a deep fear appeared in his eyes. The 7 sky gods are all at the same level as progenitor Qin? Mr. Mu replied, the Eternals suppress the humans, and the 7 sky gods are second only to the one true god among the Eternals. What do you think? That Wu Xing is related to Wu Tian? Isn't Wu Tian a legend? Lu Yin asked. Mr. Mu replied, the Grim Reaper, Destiny, Wu Tian, and even the progenitors are not legends. Wu Xing was adopted by Wu Tian and was tasked with guarding the martial steels to test the cultivators who wanted to view the steels. Unfortunately, he was tempted by the Eternals and became one of the 7 sky gods. You will understand all of this in the future, and if you can reach a certain height, you will definitely meet me again. But now I have to leave. Are you talking about Turbid's plan? Could this be Turbid? Lu Yin asked. Chapter 2012. Mr. Mu replied, that might be the case. He was personally involved in this plan, which is why I can't destroy it. If we want to survive this crisis and defeat the Eternals, we'll have to rely on something other than a stellar source. Lu Yin was filled with questions. Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin. I've been your master for so long, but I've never taught you my own battle technique. Now I'll give you 2 battle techniques to choose from. One is tracing back and the other is 9 Yang Cauldron Transformation. 9 Yang Cauldron Transformation? Lu Yin was stunned. Mr. Mu smiled. That's what you've learned. 9 Yang Cauldron Transformation. Is there a difference? Lu Yin did not understand. Mr. Mu merely looked at him calmly and allowed him to choose. Lu Yin was not stupid. Since he had learned 9 Yang Cauldron Transformation, Mr. Mu had still given him this battle technique, which meant that there was a difference. He recalled the legend of 9 Yang Cauldron Transformation, which was stored in the Dao Source sect. It was said to be an invincible battle technique with 9 cauldrons combined into one. The 6th mainland had wanted to learn it for countless years but had not been able to. Lu Yin had never expected that it would be Mr. Mu's own battle technique. Actually, Lu Yin had not used 9 Yang Cauldron Transformation for a very long time. As his cultivation had increased, 9 Yang Cauldron Transformation's power had not been able to keep up, and it had not been able to display its invincibility. But now Lu Yin's confidence in that battle technique had soared again. Master tracing back. What battle technique is that? Lu Yin asked. Mr. Mu looked deeply at Lu Yin. A space-time battle technique. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Time-space-time? You've already experienced tracing back. Back then I had you learn the secret art of plan based on tracing back. If I had not taught you the secret art of plan, but instead treated it as an offensive battle technique, you would have been able to attack enemies in a certain time period. You would have truly reached the level of transcending space-time, Mr. Mu explained. Lu Yin subconsciously wanted to learn tracing back. A space-time battle technique that could transcend space-time was simply unfathomable. Although he did not know the effects of this battle technique, if Mr. Mu had given it the same choice as 9 Yang Cauldron Transformation, then it was definitely not bad. Lu Yin was at a loss as tracing back to the past was too tempting for him. Throughout the entire 5th mainland he only knew of one person who had mastered space-time battle techniques. Wendy Yushan. Her innate gift was tracing back to the past, and on the surface, it seemed like a healing ability. She had relied on her innate ability to backtrack to break Ziyi's Genesis Qi during the Sovereign Tournament. One had to know that when the sixth mainland had attacked, Z had used her Genesis Chi to suffocate the 10 arbiters. This was the power of time. Master, I've actually already learned the 9 Yang Cauldron transformation disciple. He really wanted to say that he taught them both. Mr. Mu replied, you can only choose one. Lu Yin's face twitched. Search for the ancients' 9 Yang Cauldron transformation. Search for the ancients' 9 Yang Cauldron transformation. Which one would he choose? He was too conflicted. Finally he sighed. I choose the 9 Yang Cauldron. Even though tracing back to the past was too tempting for him, he had far too many battle techniques. In addition, he also had secret techniques and sourcebox arrays. Even if he used his Dai's enhance to cultivate, he would not have enough energy to do so. Thus, it was better for him to choose the 9 Yang Cauldron transformation, a battle technique that he was familiar with. An hour later, Mr. Mu left. So, this was the true form of the 9 Yang Cauldron transformation, and what he had learned so far was merely the most primitive form of the technique. It was a pity that Mr. Mu had only taught him how to cultivate and battle the 9 Yang Cauldron transformation, and he had not given him any Cauldron Chi. If he wanted to obtain Cauldron Chi, he would have to head to the Daoist sect's ruins and absorb the remaining cauldrons. For this technique, after Mr. Mu's teachings, Lu Yin's only thought was that there was no limit to the technique's power. This was not only his opinion but also Mr. Mu's. In Mr. Mu's words, there was no limit to this battle technique's power, and it could even open up the universe and change the heavens. Where's the undying deity? Kue Luo exclaimed as the surrounding space returned to normal. Wisdom root? Lu Yin put away the 2 wisdom roots that had been floating in front of him. These were the jade stones that Mr. Mu had left for him before he left. Without them, Lu Yin would not be able to contact Mr. Mu even if he wanted to. And from what Mr. Mu had said, unless he reached a certain level, he would not be able to meet Mr. Mu again. Where did you get the wisdom root? And 2 of them? They're good stuff. Kue Luo's eyes lit up. Also, where did the undying deity go? Lu Yin replied, I don't know. Kue Luo sized him up. You don't know? Lu Yin replied, if you don't know, how would I know? Kue Luo's eyes narrowed. No, this feeling is just like back in the technocracy when you mysteriously escaped. Something must have happened. Are you hiding something from me? Lu Yin answered matter-of-factly, if you're a half-ancestor and you don't know what happened, how would I know? Kue Luo rolled his eyes. The wisdom root is right in front of you. The undying deity's disappearance has nothing to do with you. Only an idiot would believe that. But if you don't want to tell me, then forget it. This old man won't force you. It's best that the undying deity is dead. Let's go to the astral tree. This old man will think of a way to prevent you from being discovered. Lu Yin glanced at the shattered black street. The brothel had been completely destroyed and Ming Yu and the others were all dead. He felt depressed. Human lives were sometimes worthless. The corpse kings did not care and some people did not care either. In the Neoverse southern border where the 7 courts were located, Elder Yu, Ku Rong, Hui Kong, and Siu all had power levels in the millions. The skies were filled with the corpses of corpse kings. This place had also been attacked by the Neo-Human Alliance, but it had been easily destroyed. There was also a liquid in the Neoverse southern border, and there were 4 drops of liquid in the Neoverse that were absorbing the astral source universe. At this moment, the family heads of the 7 courts had gathered. They all had solemn expressions and from time to time they would quarrel. My Shi family doesn't have many cultivators. We can't send that many, Xia Hua said unhappily. Xia Yi coldly retorted, now is not the time to be selfish. The cultivators of the 5th and 6th mainlands in the Starfall Sea are fighting with their lives on the line. The half-ancestors have their own battlefields and the envoys have their own battlefields. If they can't hold on any longer, the Eternals will rush in and our 5th mainland will be finished. Everyone will die. Huiji said, that's right. Senior Xiaji has already made his move. The 5th mainland has already used up all of its resources. There's only one path left and that is to drive the Eternals out. Suao was helpless. Back then, the 6th mainland's overall strength was far greater than our 5th mainland's, but they were still defeated and had no choice but to move here. Now we can't replenish our astral sources, and we're no match for the Eternals on the envoys' battlefields. Our situation will only be worse than the 6th mainlands. I still insist on integrating the Neoverse and driving out the Eternals. You want to give up on the fifth mainland? Kupu asked. Silao looked at him. Do you have any other ideas? Silao Yan's suggestion isn't unreasonable. Yu Kursen scanned the crowd. The Starfall Sea has also been abandoned. It's unrealistic to think that we can defeat the Eternals at the border of the Starfall Sea. Everyone knows that the reason we're in a stalemate is because the Astral Trees want to kill Lu Yin's expeditionary army. However, they're still an expeditionary army, and they can retreat to the Astral Trees at any time. The fifth mainland's strength is simply not enough to stop so many eternal half-ancestors. It looks like we'll have to thank Lu Yin, Xia Yi sneered. Hui Shi glanced at him. I won't place my hopes on the possibility that the Astral Trees will be willing to save us, but defending the Neoverse is a bad idea. Right now, the only stable areas in the fifth mainland's Astral Source universe are the Innerverse Eastern Flow Zone and the Astral Beast Domain. Even if we're going to defend, we have to do it there. Otherwise, we won't be able to hold on for long. Silao Yan did not object. The others did not object either. The Astral Source universe had been devoured, and the longer they fought, the weaker they would become. They could not see any hope of defeating the Eternals, so the only way to survive was to protect themselves. With the fifth mainland's 5 half-ancestors, it was not impossible to defend a single region. Then what about the sixth mainland? Sierra Hua suddenly asked. Everyone's expressions changed. They could only defend themselves if the Eternals only sent out half-ancestors, but the Eternals had progenitors. The only reason they had not appeared was because the sixth mainland's 2 progenitors were blocking them. If they wanted to protect themselves and give up on the sixth mainland, then the sixth mainland's 2 progenitors could also give up on them. Compared to their chances of defending themselves, the sixth mainland was more likely to defend themselves. When they thought of this possibility, everyone's mood sank. The Sirius sect, the home of the gods, the Aurora stronghold, and the other Neoverse behemoths were now in a dilemma. If they sent reinforcements to the Starfall Sea, they might not be able to return, which would weaken their own strength. But if they did not send reinforcements, it would be tantamount to giving up hope of defeating the Eternals, and the fifth mainland would end up being occupied by the Eternals just like the sixth mainland. They were not stupid. If the Astral Source universe had not been devoured, they would definitely send everyone to meet the enemy. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to giving up on the fifth mainland and themselves. But the biggest problem now was that even if everyone went, they could not see any hope of defeating the Eternals. Under such circumstances, the first thing that came to everyone's mind was naturally to defend themselves. The 7 courts were still in discussion, while the Aurora Corporation was planning to head towards the Innerverse. Even if they wanted to protect themselves, they had to find a place where they could protect themselves. Currently, only the Astral Source universe in the Eastern Innerverse Eastern Flow Zone was considered stable. Fortunately, Lu Yin had found the liquid hidden in the Glory Flow Zone and the Poison Flow Zone. Otherwise, the Innerverse would have ended up like the Neoverse with 4 drops of liquid, which would make it the most dangerous place and also the weakest place for humans. But now it was the only place where humans could protect themselves. Moving to the Innerverse was not easy. Aside from the cultivators of the various great powers, there were also the astral cities that were related to them, ordinary people and so on. The Realm Mountain could not be moved at will, and the same was true for the Sirius sect and the home of the gods. The hidden corpse kings of the Neo-Human Alliance had all appeared, and countless people had begged the home of the gods for protection. The home of the gods had not let them down, and with the Aeon evolution scripture, their strength had not weakened at all. However, the home of the gods was only one power and not the entire fifth mainland. Otherwise, even if the Astral Source universe was devoured, the humans would not have been afraid. In the Starfall Sea, a furious roar reverberated throughout the fifth mainland, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate and panic. This roar came from the corpse god. He had expanded the crack at the Starfall Sea's entrance even further, causing an endless stream of corpse kings to pour in. The cultivators who had gathered at the Starfall Sea's border had been reduced to mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and their blood aura had even drifted to the Chaos Flow Zone. No one could stop the Eternals at this moment. The corpse god had split the heavens and earth apart, and he had forcefully opened up a gap in the fifth mainland, pushing the humans into dire straits. Chapter 2013. As Enai Huang battled the half-ancestor corpse king, she also had Xia to contact Lu Yin. They had to return to the cosmic tree realm as soon as possible, or they wouldn't have any hope of surviving. The sudden appearance of an acquaintance caused Ni Huang's expression to change. Green Bamboo Marquis? Neon Emperor was shocked. The person who had appeared at the border of the Fifth Mainland's technocracy was none other than Marquis Green Bamboo, one of the Eternal Race's 12 Marquises. He looked at Ni Huang and found her rather strange. The Grand Elder of the White Dragon race is actually here in this wasteland? What a coincidence. You're destined to die at my hands. Ni Huang was anxious and contacted Xiada again. They had to leave now. Even the 12 Marquises had appeared. This proved that this place had become the main battlefield of the Eternals, second only to the battlefield on the other side. They were now equivalent to falling into a new continent and would be surrounded by the Eternals. With the appearance of the 12 Marquises, Progenitor Realm Corpse Kings might appear as well. The 2 Progenitor Realm experts from the Sixth Mainland would not be able to hold them off. How many of the 12 Marquises have come? Ni Huang stared at the Green Bamboo Marquis and shouted. Marquis Qingzhu's lips curled up. He had a gentle temperament and held a bamboo flute in his hand. If one didn't know him well, no one would have guessed that he was one of the 12 Marquises of the Eternal Race. Let me think. There should be 3 or 4 of them. The Ni Empress's expression changed. If the 7 Sky Gods were considered to be the Eternal Race's Progenitor Corpse Kings, then the 12 Marquises were the Eternal Race's half-Progenitor Corpse Kings. Every single one of them was comparable to the Ni Empress in terms of strength, and their seniority was even greater. The Ni Empress had relied on the White Dragon tribe's innate vitality to survive from the era of the Daoist sect until now. However, the 12 Marquises were all powerhouses from that era or even earlier. No one knew why such ancient figures like the 12 Marquises hadn't broken through to the Ancestor realm, but they knew that the 12 Marquises were extremely terrifying in the half-Ancestor realm. 3 or 4 of the 12 Marquises had come, so the abandoned land was finished. Even if the Ancestor realm did not appear, they would still be finished, so there was no need to wait. Ni Huang sent a telepathic message to Wang Si and Old White Ghost, intending to return to the starry sky of trees immediately. However, bad news came from Xiada. The new Void Corridor had been destroyed. What did you say? The Shinkong Corridor was destroyed? Who did it? Wang Si cried out in alarm, her expression extremely ugly. She remembered that Old Zen and the others had said that the Sky Founding Court was colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance. Could it be true? In order to guard against the Neo-Human Alliance, they had ordered Xiada to guard the new Sky Corridor, but they had never expected that Zhou Xian would lure him out. It was all Zhou Xian's fault. Xiada replied in a low voice, "It's not the Genesis Court. It's the other side." Wang Si was shocked. Did something happen to the starry sky tree? What did the Heaven Founding Academy say? Can you fix it? Old Bai asked anxiously. Xiada replied, I should be able to fix it, but I'm not sure when. Ni Huang's face darkened. This was bad. They would have to endure this calamity together with the abandoned lands. The 12 Marquises were already difficult to deal with, and now that the stellar source could not be replenished, they would become weaker and weaker. Even he could not see any hope of victory. Endless corpse kings poured in from outside the Starfall Sea. Their countless scarlet eyes brought despair. But not long after, from the depths of the technocracy, endless mechanical ants also appeared. At this moment, Elder Chan was fighting a half-ancestor corpse king at the border of the Starfall Sea. The battle between the half-martial ancestor and the star envoys was disadvantageous to the human race. Now that countless corpse kings were pouring in, he couldn't see any hope for the human race to resist. However, as endless mechanical ants poured out of the technocracy, Elder Chan's eyes lit up as he watched the mechanical ants fight the zombie king. What was this? The corpse kings were densely packed throughout the starry sky, and the same was true for the mechanical ants that were surging into the starry sky. The two torrents collided, unfolding an unprecedented battle at the border of the technocracy and the Starfall Sea. The battle stunned Ni Huang and the rest. The technocracy's interior had completely changed. Ben City and the Genesis Court were moving towards Weiyin. The two mechanical armies that had been fighting stopped at the same time and looked towards the human domain. At this moment, Lu Yin was led to the Cosmic Sea by Kue Luo. Not long after, he appeared outside the fifth pagoda. The Cosmic Sea was filled with corpses. Some belonged to humans while others belonged to zombie kings. Island after island had been destroyed. It was completely different from the last time Lu Yin had been here. Even the Mavis Bank had fallen. Everyone had gone through a lot of battles and had finally managed to eliminate the zombie king that had attacked them. There's also a battle between half-ancestors in the east. It's really troublesome. There are intense battles everywhere, Kuei Luo said solemnly. Lu Yin landed outside the 5th pagoda. Lu Yefei brute force and the rest of the Zhou Xian army and the small soldier corps hurried out. Haizij Lian sat nearby, panting heavily with his blade in hand. He had gone through an intense battle and there were experts among the zombie kings. If not for him, the 5th pagoda might not have lasted until now. Is there anyone else in the 5th pagoda? Lu Yin asked as he looked at the 5th pagoda. Brute force answered in a low voice, no. Those monsters attacked and the Zhou Xian army went to meet them. They're coming out as well. Lu Yin looked around the 5th pagoda and saw many familiar faces. Yuhua Mavis, Lulu Mavis, Xu Jing from the Hall of Honor, the Scion of Light, Mu Xing and Hua Xiao from the Sirius sect, and Lu Tianmu, Lu Xiaoqiu Ling Gong and the others from the Innerverse. These people had all gone through the recent battle and were either contacting their own sects or deep in thought. Their expressions were unprecedentedly solemn. Lu Yin scanned the crowd and said, the only place in the entire 5th mainland that's suitable for us to go is the eastern flow zone of the Innerverse. I've decided to move the 5th pagoda since it can't be left to the Eternals. Those who wish to continue the test in the 5th pagoda may enter. It won't affect you. Mu Xing hurriedly asked, Brother Lu, what about the Sirius sect? Will they go to the Innerverse? Lu Yin replied, I'm not sure. Why not go to the Realm Mountain? Xu Jing couldn't help but ask. Lu Yin looked at him. There's no way to replenish the astral sources in the Neoverse. But the Glory Realm has 3,000 great realms and has the deepest foundations. The Realm Mountain also has its own defensive capabilities, the Scion of Light added. Lu Yin frowned. I'm not asking for your opinions. I'm just informing you. The Scion of Light said, then we'll return on our own. They had wanted to return to the Neoverse before, but they had been stopped. Lu Yin raised a brow. Around the 5th pagoda, a group of cultivators looked at Lu Yin blankly. These cultivators had come from all over the 5th mainland, and some had even concealed their identities to come from the 6th mainland. How could they not be allowed to leave? Lu Yin's tone was solemn. The humans are facing a calamity, and anyone who can make it to the 5th pagoda is an elite. The trash has long since been eliminated. You are the future of the 5th mainland and I cannot allow anything to happen to you. Why was the 5th pagoda built? It was all for you to pick out the elites of the 5th mainland from the countless cultivators. Now that you've been chosen, there's no reason to send you to your deaths. Everyone was stunned. Lu Yin's words sounded reasonable, but they still felt that something was off. At this moment Lu Yin looked at his gadget and his expression changed. He looked to the west. Was this the reason for the technocracy's existence? All this time no one knew why the Hui ancestor had created the technocracy. That was why Hui Kong had gone to the technocracy alone to find out the truth. Lu Yin had used his Dai's possession to fuse with the mechanical ants twice, and he had seen an endless number of them. The second time he had seen the scavenger which had given him a guess. But now he had confirmed it. The technocracy existed to create mechanical ants to fight against the endless corpse kings, and the materials for the mechanical ants came from the 6th mainland and the cosmic tree realm. Why had Eben City and the Genesis court gone to war? If they did not go to war, then they would not have an excuse to ask for materials. Only by going to war could they openly ask for materials from the 6th mainland and the cosmic tree realm and cooperate with them. A batch of materials would always disappear from the battlefield, and the materials that the scavenger had taken away were the materials that the countless mechanical ants had been created from. From start to finish, the technocracy had been a cover for sucking blood from the 6th mainland and the cosmic tree realm. They only existed to deal with the Eternals. Under the premise of this grand plan, the humans, the 6th mainland and the cosmic tree realm were just targets to be used. The Hui ancestor had only given the technocracy one mission, which was to resist the Eternals. When the Eternals invaded, the technocracy would explode. No one had expected this, not even the Eternals or the humans. Otherwise, Hui Kong would not have stayed in the technocracy for so long. The Hui ancestor had seen through the ages and planned for the ages, causing the 6th mainland to suffer the consequences of its own actions while protecting the 5th mainland. He had created the technocracy for the fifth mainland, leaving behind the possibility of resisting the Eternals. The Cosmic Tree Realm's limitless power source box array was also said to have come from the Hui ancestor. Without the Hui ancestor, the humans would have crumbled long ago against the Eternals. Humans excelled at intelligence and creation, and the Hui ancestor represented the pinnacle of human intelligence. It was not an exaggeration to say that he could see through history and the future. This was not divination but wisdom. Brother Hui Kong, you should be at ease now. Even though the technocracy had erupted and appeared on the front lines against the Eternals, Lu Yin did not relax. If the Eternals were so easy to deal with, then the humans would not have only one mainland left and a broken one at that. Although there were many mechanical ants, the technocracy was still creating them endlessly. This meant that the Hui ancestor knew that there were not enough mechanical ants, so how long could they last? Lu Yin took out Mount Supreme and began to enlarge it. Mount Supreme was the Hall of Honor's most precious treasure, and it could be enlarged or shrunk. If it was small, it could be stored in a cosmic ring to store living creatures. If it was large, it could carry stars, and the fifth pagoda could be stored inside. Lu Yin stored the fifth pagoda and everyone around it into Mount Supreme, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Only Haizij Leon did not enter. "Captain, what are you doing?" Lu Yin did not understand. Haizij Leon replied, "I want to return to Eternal Sky Island." Lu Yin replied, "There are only a few people there, so they can easily enter the Innerverse. Let's go." Haizij Leon shook his head and looked at Lu Yin with gratification. "Little Seven, you've reached your current level in just a few decades. This is unprecedented and I'm proud of you. Help me take care of Leon's armada, and if possible, I'll go to the Innerverse with Master and the others to find you. If we can't..." Haizij Leon paused. "Take care of yourself." With that, Haizij Leon headed towards the Neoverse. "Thank you. Very little every day. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you." Chapter 2014. Even though Lu Yin was reluctant to part with the island, he had no reason to stop Haizij Leon from leaving. Eternal Sky Island was his master's home, and he would never abandon it. Haizij Leon had gone to the Neoverse while Big Sis was at the Realm Mountain. They had all scattered, hoping that the front lines would be able to hold off the Eternals for a bit longer, allowing them to regroup. However, World Mountain probably wouldn't move. Lu Yin's heart sank when he thought about it. "Strange, strange," Ku Luo muttered to himself as he looked to the east. Lu Yin didn't understand. "What's strange?" Kuei Luo said solemnly. "We've already experienced the strength of the seven sky gods. The fifth mainland's half-martial ancestor should not be able to stop them in a one-on-one battle. So why hasn't the outcome been decided yet?" Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. That's right, the undying god shouldn't be the strongest of the seven sky gods, but he was already so terrifying. If the ancient god and the Forgotten Ruins deity used their full strength, then half-ancestor Drunkard and the others definitely wouldn't be able to withstand them. Elder Chan might be able to withstand them, but Elder Gong and the others would be in trouble. They were on the same level as Xiaji, so how could they withstand the seven sky gods? Unless the seven sky gods were willing to be blocked by them. "Don't worry about that for now. Let's go," Kuei Luo said. He couldn't guess what the Eternals were up to. "Hold on." Kuei Luo couldn't guess, but Lu Yin had a vague idea. What was the most important thing for the people of the fifth mainland to do? They could either resist the invasion of the Eternals or protect themselves. If Lu Li's guess was correct, the Eternals were waiting for the humans to gather together to protect themselves before dealing with them. Otherwise, the scattered fifth mainland would take too much time. They didn't just want to exterminate the humans. They wanted to breed them and build eternal kingdom. The people from the Starfall Sea were being kept in captivity in the Sea King's Dome's Ionian kingdom. Rather than being chased away by the Sea King's Dome, it would be better for the humans to gather together. The humans believed that they could protect themselves, but in reality, it would save them a lot of time. Although there was no proof, Lu Yin felt that he had guessed correctly. If he was one of the seven sky gods, he would have done the same. Although Lu Yin had guessed the fifth mainland's goal, he had no way of stopping them. The scattered cultivators would not be able to resist the Eternals either. The only thing he could do was take a group of people away before the fifth mainland was bound to be enslaved by the Eternals. That's right, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly contacted Elder Chan. However, they couldn't contact him. Right now, even half-ancestors had opponents. Lu Yin didn't give up and kept trying to contact Elder Chan until he finally did. "What's up?" Elder Chan asked. He could vaguely hear a roar coming from the other side. Lu Yin replied, "Senior, you told me that there's a place where you might need my help, and that's where President Xiao Ming and the others are." "I don't have the energy to care about that," Elder Chan said in a low voice. Lu Yin replied, "Unlock it, Senior." Old Zen was taken aback. "What do you know?" Lu Yin replied, "This junior is unable to explain, but that is the Fifth Mainland's only chance of victory. Kue Luo and Xiaji just fought against the Undying God and were completely defeated. The Seven Sky Gods are definitely terrifying existences at the level of half-progenitor, but they did not reveal themselves completely. They were waiting for the humans to gather so that they could deal with them all at once. My Fifth Mainland alone cannot stop the Seven Sky Gods, and even the Sixth Mainland and the Astral Tree Expeditionary Army would not be able to stop them. Jiu's location is our only choice. Do you know why that place cannot be unlocked? This is because we can see many corpse kings from the surface and they all came from ancient times. That place is equivalent to being frozen in time. Once we unlock it, no one knows what kind of people will appear. Perhaps an ancestor realm corpse king will appear. At that time, it will be even more impossible for humans to win," Elder Chan said. "Senior, trust me, Jiu." Elder Chan stared blankly at his gadget. "Why?" Lu Yin raised his head. "My master said so." Elder Chan's eyes went wide. "That mister? What did he say exactly?" Lu Yin replied, "Master said that he could not help the humans and that Jiu's location is our only chance of victory. Perhaps the humans will be destroyed or perhaps the situation will be reversed." Elder Chan fell silent. Lu Yin grew anxious. "Senior, the Undying God is someone from Wu Tian's era. He's a child that Wu Tian adopted and he's a monster. I can't think of anyone in the half-progenitor realm who can defeat him. Although I don't want to admit it, there were too many powerhouses born in ancient times, and there might be someone who can fight against the Seven Sky Gods. Rather than waiting for death, why not take a gamble?" Elder Chan hesitated. "Gamble? Not gamble?" As a half-progenitor, such hesitation rarely occurred. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for him to become a half-progenitor. However, Elder Chan had too many burdens on his shoulders, and he was the hope of the entire Fifth Mainland. If he lost this gamble, the Fifth Mainland's humans would disappear, and he would be a sinner to the entire human race. The more apprehensions he had, the less he dared to gamble. This was Elder Chan. Lu Yin shouted, "Senior, did you agree with Shui Chuanxiao's decision to sacrifice half of Endless Weave in exchange for a network connection?" Elder Chan's heart trembled. "Did you agree with the Sea King breaking through the three upper gates? Breaking through the Sixth Mainland sky?" Elder Chan's expression was complicated. Lu Yin shouted, "You asked me how I would have resolved the Sixth Mainland's request for the Outerverse if it had been me. I've already given you the answer. You're overthinking things." Elder Chan frowned. Was he overthinking things? "You don't need to shoulder the burden of humanity. You're not a progenitor, just a half-progenitor. You can't shoulder humanity's future," Lu Yin shouted. Elder Chan's gaze turned cold. "Fine, I'll gamble. At worst, I'll lose my life. Lu Yin, I know you have a plan. If you lose this gamble and bring about an even greater calamity to the Fifth Mainland, then run as far away as possible to preserve humanity's hope." Lu Yin sighed. He trusted Mr. Mu and he could only trust Mr. Mu. "I understand." In the vast white tundra, Xiaoming opened his eyes and glanced at his gadget from time to time. He knew what had happened in the outside world and it had caused a huge debate. Some lockbreakers wanted to go out and face the Eternals while others wanted to stay here. To be honest, he did not know what to choose. He could only wait for Elder Chan to inform him, but he was more inclined to stay here. Although lockbreakers were powerful, there were not many of them. Even if they went out, they would not be of much use. The Eternals were endless, and adding them would not improve the situation. Their most important task was to prevent any accidents from happening here. The Neo-Human Alliance had attempted to lockbreak, and this place should be one of their targets. Beep 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 beep. His gadget beeped and Xiaoming hurriedly opened it. "Prepare to lockbreak. Unlock everything," Elder Chan's voice rang out. Xiaoming thought that he had misheard. "What did you say? Lockbreak?" Elder Chan replied, "I have enemies here, so I don't have time to speak. Unlock everything. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, we'll take responsibility for it." Xiao Ming's expression changed. Has it already reached that point? After ending the call with Lu Yin, he contacted Xia Ji to confirm the Undying God's terrifying strength. If all of the 7 sky gods were at this level of strength, then they would not be able to withstand them. Kuei Luo's strength was not weak, but he had still been suppressed. Even Huang might not be able to win. Even if they could stop the 7 sky gods, the 12 marquises had also arrived outside the battlefield. Their situation was becoming more and more desperate, and they could only take a gamble. Xiao Ming ended the call and looked at the vast white tundra with a complicated expression. What would happen if those sinister and terrifying faces were unlocked? Would it make things worse? He could not tell, but since Elder Chan had asked him to unlock the Undying God's domain, then he had no choice but to take a gamble. Following Xiao Ming's orders, all of the lockbreakers stationed here moved out and prepared to lockbreak this star. They were only waiting for Elder Chan's instructions before they could do so. When Hao Yue received Xiao Ming's notification, he thought that he had misheard and confirmed it several times before giving up. Master, are we really going to lockbreak? Idrisui was at a loss. Hao Yue sighed. Lockbreak then. Humanity's great calamity is upon us, and sometimes, we can only take a gamble. Idrisui looked down and saw a pair of terrifying eyes staring at her. They were staring at this part of space and they were hoping to come out. She gulped, suppressed her fear and began to prepare for her lock-breaking. The most tragic battlefields were outside the Starfall Sea, in the Chaos Flow Zone, and in the Technocracy. Lu Yin had already ordered the Great Eastern Alliance to gather at the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. He had originally planned to return to the Innerverse Blazing Mist Flow Zone under Kuei Luo's lead, but he had received a request for help from the Smoke Gulp Mountains, which was located at the border between the Neoverse and the Cosmic Sea. That's where the half-ancestor battlefield is. You can't go there, Kuei Luo said seriously. Lu Yin replied, let's get closer and take a look. If we can't save them, then forget it. But we should try our best to save them. The smoke from the Smoke Gulp Mountains is very important, and they helped me during the battle at the Cosmic Sea. Kuei Luo was unhappy. Do you really think that you can save everyone? Let me tell you, many people will die in this calamity. No one can stop it. But not now. Lu Yin was firm. Kuei Luo had no choice but to bring him along. He wanted to dump Lu Yin, but when he thought about how this was the only heir of the Lu family, he decided against it. Remember, the moment I appear, that 7 sky gods fighting with the drunkard might reveal their true strength. That's why I can't do anything. If you realize that you can't save them, then run. Kuei Luo reminded him again before carefully bringing Lu Yin east. Lu Yin naturally knew that he was not looking for death. The Smoke Gulp Mountains were not worth his time. However, it was reasonable to say that even though they were in the same direction, they might not necessarily be connected to the half-ancestor battlefield. Otherwise, he would not be able to save them in time. To the east of the Cosmic Sea, where it intersected with the Neoverse, there was a mountain range of cigarette butts that continuously sank to the bottom of the sea. This was the Smoke Gulp Mountains. Within the mountain range, Lonely Old Man constantly roared as he used his white smoke battle technique to attack the force that was suppressing the mountain range. However, that force did not budge at all. The disciples of the Smoke Gulp Mountains continuously extracted white smoke for Lonely Old Man. Lonely Little Fool was also in the crowd, and he was on the verge of tears. They had originally planned to go to the Innerverse and join the Great Eastern Alliance, but they had never expected to be inexplicably attacked as soon as they arrived. It was fine if it was just a small attack, but the force that had struck them did not disperse and continued to press down on them. If they could not counteract this force, then the Smoke Gulp Mountains would be pressed to the bottom of the sea. They would then have no choice but to abandon the mountain range and flee. The Smoke Gulp Mountains had not encountered such a crisis for many years, and they were unwilling to give up. The seawater had already spread to the top of the mountain, and there was only a very small area left. Further up were the burning flames that continuously spewed out white smoke. Dad, are you done yet? I can't hold on any longer. Lonely Little Fool wailed. Chapter 2015. Around them, the disciples of the smoke-gulping mountain range all turned pale. Flames were burning above their heads while seawater was below them. Although it wasn't fatal, they were afraid that the force would spread out and crush them to death. Lonely Old Man gritted his teeth, but the force above his head didn't move at all. This wasn't a force that he could resist. They were both in the Cosmic Sea, and with Kuei Luo's speed he arrived in an instant. It's the power of the 7 sky gods. Let's go. Kuei Luo wanted to flee. Lu Yin was helpless. Look carefully, it's just the aftermath. Kuei Luo grinned. We can't move from the aftermath either, or we'll be discovered. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Then don't move. He then took a step forward and arrived above the smoke-gulping mountain range. Lonely Old Man was pleasantly surprised when he saw Lu Yin. Alliance Master Lu over here. Gu Xiao saw him and frantically shouted, Brother Lu, hurry up and save us. Lu Yin looked down at the force and his eyes turned into runes. Although it was just the aftermath, it still had a power of about 1,000,000. He couldn't deal with it on his own, but he had the candle. This thing was too useful, as it could produce rune lines that could rival the second Night King's power level. It was quite good. He took out the candle and lit it, controlling the boundless rune lines to release against the force that was suppressing the smoke-gulping mountain range. There was a loud boom as the cosmic sea exploded. The smoke-gulping mountain range was directly pressed into the sea, and Lu Yin was also sent flying by the force of the collision. Kuei Luo was astonished. How did this kid have so many random treasures? At the bottom of the sea, the smoke-gulping mountain range floated up. After being watered by the seawater, the flames at the peak of the mountain range were mostly extinguished. It was like a cigarette that had been watered, and Gu Xiao and the rest were in a rather sorry state. Lu Yin landed in the smoke-gulping mountain range. Lonely Old Man immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you for saving us, Alliance Master Lu. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to keep this ancestral land. It's what I should do. We're allies, Lu Yin replied. Lonely Old Man was glad that he was working with Lu Yin. Otherwise, why would he help them? Brother Lu, it's great that you're here. Hurry up and take us away. We can't stay in the Neoverse any longer. You don't know this, but Old Man only has half of his strength left. He used up nearly half of his astral source fighting a corpse king, and there's no way to replenish it. Lu Yin wasn't surprised, as any emissary who had fought before would more or less lose some of their strength. However, he hadn't expected Lonely Old Geezer to be so exhausted that he only had half his strength left. Brat, what are you waiting for? Run! Kuei Luo shouted. A figure stumbled out of the broken void. It was Drunkard. At this moment the drunkard was in a very sorry state. His wine gourd was shattered and half of his body was covered in blood. It was obvious that he wouldn't be able to last much longer. On the other side, an ancient god walked out. His appearance seemed to have been cast from metal, and his valiant aura swept across the land, causing Lu Yin to find it hard to breathe. Old Ghost Gu's expression changed drastically. This was the first time he had experienced such terrifying power. With his current level, he had never been able to reach the half-martial ancestor level. Lu Yin hadn't expected that the ancient god would be lured over just by breaking through the shockwaves. The drunkard lowered his head and looked at Lu Yin and the others. His expression changed. Hurry up and leave. This has nothing to do with you. Lonely Old immediately controlled the smokescreen mountains to leave, not daring to say another word. Kuei Luo stared at the ancient god, afraid that he would attack. The ancient god did not attack them. Instead, he looked towards the south with a strange expression. The next moment, Kuei Luo also looked towards the south. He could sense an ancient aura approaching, and it was an indescribable feeling. It was like opening a sealed tomb, bringing with it the decay of time. There was no vitality, but there was still life. Drunkard was the third to look south. Then Lu Yin and Lonely Old Man both looked towards the south. They could feel a shadow approaching. Rune lines replaced the stars, and soon after, a gigantic head appeared. The moment it appeared, it became the largest object in the galaxy. Lu Yin was shocked. Ancestral tortoise? Kuei Luo's jaw dropped. What a huge tortoise. Drunkard heaved a sigh of relief. It was actually the Mavis family. The ancient god stared at the approaching ancestral tortoise, his gaze sinking as he stood in space without moving. The ancestral tortoise grew closer and closer. It was clearly moving slowly, but it was also moving very quickly. Lu Yin stared at the ancestral tortoise carefully. He remembered that when he had first met the Mavis family, many had chased after it. Although they could not catch up, they were not too far behind either. However, the ancestral tortoise's movements had completely changed. The ancient god, Kuei Luo, and Drunkard were all demi-ancestors. and the distance they could sense was not something that Lu Yin could compare to. However, they had only sensed the ancestral tortoise's approach for a single second. Before this, the ancient god had only sensed the ancestral tortoise for 2 seconds. This meant that the ancestral tortoise was moving at the limit of a demi-ancestor's perception every second, which was equivalent to crossing the heavens. On the ancestral tortoise's back was a giant divine tree that seemed to support the heavens. Its top could not be seen, and the fruits on the tree were as bright as stars that illuminated the cosmic sea. The Mavis family members all looked towards the cosmic sea and saw the ancient god Kuei Luo Lu Yin and the rest. The Mavis family's demi-ancestor had died during the progenitor's origin tribulation. They did not have the strength to directly contend with a demi-ancestor, but they were not afraid when they saw the ancient god in front of them. Cloud Shadow ordered, "No need to change directions. Charge over." The ancestral tortoise quickly entered the cosmic sea and stretched its head into the sea to drink. Lu Yin's figure flashed, and he tore through the void to appear beside the ancestral tortoise. He looked at the divine tree and then at Cloud Shadow. "The 7 sky gods are up ahead." Cloud Shadow replied, "I know." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. It seemed that the Mavis family had some confidence. Kuei Luo and Drunkard stared at the ancient god. The gulping smoke mountain range swayed in the sea, as if it was about to be swallowed by the ancestral tortoise. Old Ghost Gu was so frightened that he quickly controlled the mountain range to rise into the sky. In truth, the gulping smoke mountain range was not even enough to fill the gaps between the ancestral tortoise's teeth. This was Gu Shaoer's first time seeing the ancestral tortoise and he was stunned. "Dad, what did this thing eat to grow up?" Old Ghost Gu was shocked and kicked Gu Shaoer away. "Don't spout nonsense. That's Lord Ancestral Tortoise." Ever since the ancestral tortoise had appeared with the Mavis family on its back, the ancient god had not made any moves. He watched as the ancestral tortoise drank the water and then glanced at the divine tree before finally looking at Cloud Shadow. "Lingji is dead. Is there no one else in the Mavis family? There's not even a half-ancestor." Cloud Shadow stared at the ancient god in fear. Although she was not afraid, she did not want to provoke the ancient god. Her family had a long history, and the older they were, the more they knew how terrifying the 7 sky gods were. Although there were no detailed records, she knew that no matter the era of history, the 7 sky gods were the most terrifying. Even the most ancient records, which could not be verified, mentioned the 7 sky gods. They were 7 unfathomable old monsters. The ancient god's gaze landed on the ancestral tortoise once more. He watched as the ancestral tortoise crazily drank the water and slowly raised his hand. Kuei Luo and Drunkard immediately went on guard. The ancient god's palms struck the ancestral tortoise, causing the Mavis family members to be shocked. Cloud Shadow clenched her fists and stared at the direction of the ancient god's attack. The ancestral tortoise's neck had been struck by the ancient god. Although the attack seemed ordinary, it had caused the sky to be torn apart horizontally and spread across the cosmic sea, causing the stars to sway. This was the strength of a half-ancestor, and Lu Yin knew that he might not be able to block it even if he used all of his external items. However, the ancestral tortoise continued to drink water as if it did not feel anything. The Mavis family members relaxed when they saw that the ancestral tortoise was fine. Cloud Shadow's eyes flickered as she looked at the ancient god. "You want to provoke Lord Ancestral Tortoise?" This was not what she wanted to say, but rather what was recorded in the ancestral records. The records clearly stated that whoever attacked the ancestral tortoise should say this. Sure enough, the ancient god slowly lowered his raised palm. "There are fewer and fewer old friends. Although it's just a pet, it's still one of them. The Lu family has left it to you, which shows that they value you greatly. As expected of the Lu family's money bag." Cloud Shadow's expression changed and she looked at Lu Yin awkwardly. When Lu Yin heard this, he blinked in confusion. What did that mean? What had he just heard? The pet? Left behind by the Lu family? The Lu family's money bag? He looked at Cloud Shadow Mavis and coincidentally their eyes met. Cloud Shadow guiltily turned her head away and did not look at Lu Yin again. Lu Yin's face twitched as a phrase echoed in his mind. The Lu family's purse. The Lu family's purse. The Lu family's purse. He had a feeling that he'd been scammed. At this point, the ancestral tortoise finished drinking and burped in satisfaction. It was just a burp, but it caused the entire cosmic sea to tremble. It was at this moment that the ancestral tortoise's gaze landed on the ancient god, and its head slowly approached with curiosity. The ancient god frowned and looked at Lu Yin for a long time before disappearing. Seeing the ancient god disappear, the ancestral tortoise paused for a moment before returning to its sluggish state. Lu Yin no longer cared about the ancient god, and he unceremoniously climbed onto the ancestral tortoise's back. Logically speaking, one could not casually climb onto the ancestral tortoise without the Mavis family's permission, but Lu Yin still did so. Some Mavis family members tried to stop him, but Cloud Shadow forced them to retreat. They faced Lu Yin with an even more unnatural expression. Alliance Master Lu, what a coincidence. Lu Yin sized up Cloud Shadow. Why have you come here, senior? Cloud Shadow replied, I'm here to pick up Yu Hua and the rest. After all, they're all cultivating in the 5th tower. Is that so? Then there's no need. I've brought them with me and they're in Mount Supreme, Lu Yin said slowly, his tone calm. Cloud Shadow praised, if I'm not wrong, Alliance Master Lu has also taken the 5th tower. As expected of Alliance Master Lu, you're so decisive. Lu Yin calmly replied, I'm not as decisive as the Mavis family. The humans are facing a calamity, and you're not just here to take Yu Hua and the rest away. From the direction you're heading, it seems like you want to go to the Innerverse as well? Cloud Shadow's expression changed. Of course. The entire 5th mainland is facing a calamity, and there's no way to replenish its astral sources. Only the Eastern Innerverse flow zone is stable, and we're definitely going there. Aside from us, the various powers of the Neoverse should be going as well, but we're a bit faster.